Item 10.
Item number 10, department and committee reports and non-action items. Beginning with Coroner's Office budget presentation, Dr. Robert Bucks, Coroner, Dr. Leon Kelly.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll just start off with a little bit of an introduction. We'll have the same format that we did on Tuesday. If we get a little bit ahead, we'll call other departments or offices up early. We've got some standing by. And then we'll do the hard break for lunch until 12:45 again today. And then in the afternoon, we'll have a presentation from COG for their annual update. And then I'll present the updated financial roadmap as the last item. Thanks.
Okay.
I can figure this out. I'm Dr. Bucks, the El Paso County Coroner, and I want to spend just a few minutes on our budget and see if we can. That didn't do anything. Maybe it's this. Which one? Oh, perfect. I want to start with a couple comparisons because I think it's real relevant in terms of how we spend our money in this county. And you can see the comparison with...
Can you move the mic over so that we
sure.
Yeah.
Is that better? Okay. And you can see with a couple comparisons, Denver County is the next largest county in terms of coroner's office, and they were budgeted in 2018 $3,249,000. Our budget was $2,548,000. And then you can look at Arapahoe, which is more or less in line if you figured out what they charge or what it costs per autopsy. I'd also point out that both Denver County and Arapahoe County have to send out their toxicology. They do not have a toxicology lab like we do. I'd also point out that all of the cases that are done in Arapahoe County, all the toxicology is performed here in our office for fees that come in on a monthly basis. We, in 2017, for out-of-county autopsies, which included 20 counties, and toxicology services, we brought in $529,295. And this year, with the addition of more toxicology as well as our out-of-county autopsies are up, we've brought in $451,000 so far this year for the first 3 quarters. And we've got a quarter to go, so I think we're going to be somewhere between 550 and 600,000, maybe even a little bit more, because it hasn't eased off at all. I'd like mainly for the new commissioners, back about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we were able to obtain a LCMS-MS from the state with an agreement through the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs for this instrument. The cost was $325,000, but the state had it for more than a couple of years and had not taken it out of the box even. And so as a result, we were able to get it for $142,000. And that has since all been paid off, and the instrument is fully set up. And the reason why I mention this is because this instrument allows us to expand our toxicology coverage, and also because of its speed and the number of drugs that it can analyze and quantitate at one time is tremendous, and is really made us much more efficient in the laboratory. Before we had the LCMS online, we just looked for one of the metabolites of marijuana. We looked for 7 benzodiazepines. We looked for tricyclic antidepressants for 3, and antipsychotics 3. And you can see the difference in that. Time in order to run those additional tests is actually computer time, and so it is amazing what it can crank out with just one one shot of a specimen and how many drugs it can simultaneously analyze. Our current staff is 5 pathologists. As part of the succession plan, when I leave in the end of this term, we would be short and be unable to actually do the workload that comes through there with 3 pathologists. So we hired a finishing pathology fellow from Dallas County, and he is board certified in anatomical pathology. He also was board certified in neuropathology, and he's now certified in forensic pathology. So this is a great addition to our staff, and also allows us also to do some consults and generate income from that as well. We have 1 transcriber that's full-time, 1 that's part-time. Our investigators are now at full strength and able to handle the workload thanks to what this board has done over the last 2 to 3 years. And we have 1 morgue supervisor, and we have 3 full-time positions, but the way we've handled it is we have 2 part-time because we need them in the mornings and we don't need them in the afternoons. So we've got 2 really good part-time employees who are going to school, and they provide us the coverage we need. The number of toxicologists hasn't changed in years and doesn't need to change because of our efficiencies. We have 1 histologist who's also cross-trained and can help us in the morgue as well as with investigations. Our base budget and critical needs are on this slide. We're asking for $140,000 for the additional forensic pathologist, which is net of increased revenue. And there are a couple, 3 reasons for this. Number 1, our cases continue to go up, and we're sort of on the cusp for that. Number 2, in order for us to maintain our National Association of Medical Examiners accreditation, which comes up with a full site inspection that will take 2 days in 1919, we're going to need to have this individual. The preferred caseload per doctor by name is 250. They'll let it go to 325, but that means that they can't do anything else that they need to do. We are on a number of, personnel are on a number of committees, whether it's suicide, child abuse, medical control committee, or whatever, and that takes additional time. We're also spending much more time in developing statistics. You may have seen some of them that have been done with in conjunction with the El Paso County Department of Health and Environment, where we're mapping densities of drugs based on what we're seeing by zip codes and neighborhoods. And you can see where it's on the move and where problems are. That takes the forensic pathologist to sit down and analyze every case to determine which drugs are involved. And sometimes we have up to 5 or 6 drugs. So it's time intensive. Also, obviously, as we all know, the county population is growing, and the El Paso County Coroner's Office, the number of individuals that die in this county are going up as well each year. And so as a result, we're going to grow right into what we need for that other pathologist. So the hope would be, because of the time, that we would hire that 5th pathologist probably July of next year, when that person finishes his or her fellowship. So it's kind of a staggered hiring, and so they'll be short-staffed from January when I leave until probably middle of July. And the office can do that over a few months, but after that, you're just going to fall behind. This just is kind of a refresher for the El Paso County population growth that continues to go up. And you can see on this one, the total number of county deaths is going up. And we lead that because we have more people. And these deaths are ones of people who die in the county that are that come to our office. So we're involved with the investigations on almost all of those deaths, particularly if they occur outside of treatment facilities such as a hospital or a nursing home. And this is kind of, you can see the plot for the years, and you know, I can't predict how many deaths we're going to have in one year, but I can tell you that over time that it's continued to go up. So you can have an off year where there's either no increase or a slight decrease, and usually the next year, you know, based on our experiences, you get hammered.
Question here. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Can you go back one slide, please?
Which one?
One slide back.
Sure.
So the criteria for each county, is that the same that determines when they will do an autopsy or not? Because I just do find it a little interesting. I mean, the counties were equal to Denver in terms of population size, that were that much greater. So I just wondering if all the criteria are the same for all the counties in terms of conducting an autopsy.
Yes and no. These statistics are vital statistics that deal with death rates, the deaths in the county for the year, and obviously we're 1 year behind. In terms of what cases get brought in, it depends on the county. Arapahoes will continue to go up. Denver lost cases because of transfer of University of Colorado Medical School campuses and went into Adams County to the north. So they lost some cases from that. Our criteria here is we're looking at all the individuals who die outside the confines of either the hospital or a nursing home. We have certain criteria that we use, which is pretty much universal. We look at all the hospice deaths, and so that may be a little bit different from one of the other counties. And then what's in the law is standard across the board, so that's going to be the same. The mix of cases will be a little bit different from county to county. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. In addition to the forensic pathologist critical need, as you well know, I certainly support continued increased investment in human capital and also the retention and recruitment of highly qualified staff. We cannot go back to being a training ground for employees, and that's just going to take continued effort year over year. And that's basically all I have. If anybody has a question, I'd be happy to answer it.
Commissioner Littleton.
It's not really a question. I just want to brag on our coroner's office. For a couple of years, I was on the governor's Coroner's Standards and Training Board, and our office has a and Dr. Bucks, you know, specifically, and Leon coming in, fantastic reputation within the state of Colorado. I believe that it's true that not every county coroner in the state of Colorado is medical certified or an MD. So a lot of those are some of the reasons why we see such an increase in our office where people are bringing their autopsies to us, is because we have amazing staff there. And it goes without saying that you're going to be sorely missed. But I know Leon's ready to step into those shoes and do a great job as well. So I just wanted to commend you guys and thank you. And it's been a privilege working with you the last 8 years.
Likewise for me. It's been a privilege ever since I was appointed coroner, because the board at that time and every successive board has supported our office. And over the years, we've been able to build it up. We have a state-of-the-art facility. It's the best one in the state, and I'd stack it up with anything. And we also, as you mentioned about the coroners, most of the smaller, all the smaller counties have lay coroners that have certain education requirements, including a 40-hour course when they're first elected. Then they have to get their American medical death investigator certificate. And then they also have to attend 20 credits, 20 hours of training every year in specified subjects that are appropriate for the job that they're doing. And so we have, like I said, the 20 counties that we do. We're the largest one in terms of out of counties.
Wow. Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Item 10B.
Item 10B, Planning and Community Development Budget Presentation. Craig Dossi, Executive Director, Planning and Community Development Department.
That's a tough act to follow, Craig.
You know, I did notice that I was after the coroner, but before the sheriff, and I'm sure there's some kind of joke there that isn't appropriate to say in a public hearing.
Yes, HR would say do not joke about that.
So Craig, the nice thing is that whether you probably know this little factoid, but a lot of citizens don't, but the coroner is the only person in the county who can actually arrest the sheriff. And they're both here.
Yeah.
Just in case you get out of control up here.
Perhaps we could ask him to stick around for the sheriff's presentation. Thank you all for having me today. Again, Craig Dossi, Executive Director of Planning and Community Development. I think you've all seen our organizational chart before. We have basically 5 groups. We have our project management planning group, our code enforcement group, our engineers. Within our engineering group, we have our inspection staff, and then we have our administrative staff. I will note on that, we are at 29 FTEs, 27 of those are filled right now. Briefly, the functions of some of those groups, the planning group, which is also the project management group in terms of processing development applications, they're reviewing and commenting and ultimately drafting staff reports that you all see and that the Planning Commission sees. They're looking for compliance with the Land Development Code, our 1041 regulations, consistency with our master plan, and then, of course, compliance with state statute. Our engineering group, they have a huge role. They make sure that we have compliance on development applications with regard to traffic, drainage. They also look at MS4 concerns with regard to stormwater, and they help draft some of those staff reports that you all see. Our inspections group, again, a subset of our engineering group. They're the guys out in the field making sure that things are getting built as designed, making sure that developments are keeping up with their stormwater quality best management practices to make sure that the county ultimately is in compliance with our MS4 permit. Our code enforcement group, I know I've showed you all some photos over the course of the last 2 years. We've done some cleanup projects. I'll touch on that a little bit more in terms of the money spent and the money recovered. But there's been some pretty significant efforts from our code enforcement group, I think, in the last 2 years within each district, I believe. And then lastly, our admin staff, they're kind of the backbone that supports everybody. They make sure that we're doing what you all expect us to do. So I think they may actually be in charge over there. I don't know. One of the items that's in that line is mandates with regard to state statute. I could go through every one of these, but there's a very long list of things that dictate or enable our local land use regulations. Of course, areas and activities of state interest, which is our 1041 permits. And then there are also statutory citations that refer to code enforcement as well, not to mention the Board of County Commissioner ordinances for rubbish and weeds. I think I've updated you a couple times on where we're at with the strategies that pertain to our department with regard to the strategic plan. One of them is basically looking at our regulatory framework, trying to not only keep that up to date, but also avoid overregulation. You should be familiar with most of this list with regard to tiny homes. We did a huge cleanup effort this year, as well as the code enforcement procedures, which you all approved, and then removing the beneficial use agreement for waste tires. We have a couple that are in the process right now pertaining to animal keeping and agricultural structures. We did do a work session with you all where we received some guidance from you on what you would like to see. And that is also sort of a cleanup effort. We have some conflicting areas of the code that need to be cleaned up, and you just kind of get that. You get kind of the Frankenstein code over time as you make little one-off changes. So this is just cleaning up both of those. Another thing that I think I've touched on before is we're looking at developing what the city refers to as a small lot PUD zoning district. This is a response potentially to some of the issues with housing affordability, trying to allow for maybe more dense, single-family, detached residential development beyond what the current code would allow. That's still in the formative stages. We haven't started drafting that yet. The second strategy pertains to partnering with local municipalities. Commissioner Littleton, you were in our group that helped draft this. I think I've discussed before that once we drafted that, I was concerned how I would actually accomplish that. There was a lot of concern on my end because that's working with other jurisdictions who have their own workloads that they're dealing with. But ultimately, not only did when we developed EDARP and we did a demo with them to see if they wanted to join us, I think some of those discussions are still occurring between regional building and those jurisdictions. But another item that I've updated you on is the fact that we're now holding quarterly meetings amongst all the regional planning officials. Again, those are the officials at my level, and I would say that those meetings have been very productive. If nothing else, we understand some of the struggles that they're dealing with, but I think it's also helping guide the jurisdictions in more of a collaborative fashion on trying to create regulations that mirror each other or mirror as close as possible. The thing I touched on earlier with regard to the small lot PUD was a topic of discussion over the course of actually 2 of those meetings, and cities actually updating theirs. So I expect they may end up being pretty similar. In terms of budgetary highlights, most years I put up the number of applications that we're dealing with. I thought it was very appropriate this year to put up the revenues that we've received this year, and they're tied to development application type. Again, type A and B are really kind of lower level front counter type development applications. Type Cs require an engineer and a planner typically, and then the type Ds are the ones that you all see and the Planning Commission sees. Our revenue is projected at just over 1.5 million. The original budgeted revenue was 1.2. What that tells you is we're approximately 350,000 above where we were projected to be at the beginning of the year. Why that's important, and I think why that is going to sound odd, is our application numbers are actually down. And the way that I've explained that to the Planning Commission when I've reported to them is the reason why is because the inventory of a lot of the lots that were available during the recession has been used up or is close to being used up. So what we're seeing is large-scale developments that are coming in for those entitlements. They don't create a lot of applications in terms of quantity, but the quality or the technical challenges of those are much greater. And so the application fees are higher for those larger scale applications. So I think that helps explain that. We've also seen a huge uptick in our early assistance applications. And what that tells me is we're getting ready to see even more activity, probably in 2019 and then maybe even pushing into 2020. So the revenues are there and the workload is definitely there, but the anomaly is our application numbers are actually down, but the workload's actually heavier. Any questions on that?
No.
I mentioned earlier code enforcement and some of the abatement funds that we've utilized. Board of County Commissioners approved us to have a line item in our budget to address the cleanup of properties that property owners not responsive to our notices of violation. Our beginning budget was $35,000. We've exhausted that and then some, but actually we've recovered close to $4,000. That number is actually a little bit outdated. I think it is actually $4,000. What we've been able to do with that is turn around and use those funds to clean up even more properties. So recovering some of those costs, and these were payment plans that we established with the property owner. These weren't through liens. They were willingly paying us back. We've been able to turn those around and actually apply them to additional properties in the county. You know, obviously it's not $35,000 or $38,000, and the remainder of that will get leaned against the property. But I think it says that I think we're moving in the right direction. And a lot of times property owners just don't physically have the ability to clean up the property, but maybe they have the financial ability to pay us back. So one of the questions I got last year was, have we checked on some of the ones that we've cleaned up and where are they at? I've asked code enforcement to go back out and take a look at that. I've received pictures back, and I will tell you in the vast majority are really good. And I would say there's a few that we want to keep our eye on, but there are none that I saw that we can get a picture of. Now, some of that's in the backyard that we don't have access to getting a view of. But of the ones that we've done, none look like anywhere near what they were when we cleaned them up. So I think, we're going to continue to monitor those, and I think Commissioner Vanderwerf, you asked me that question. We're going to continue to monitor those properties and make sure we don't get back in the same situation we were. But I think it's been a very positive experience so far. In terms of base budget and critical needs, I'm happy to report we do not have any critical needs for 2019. One of the items that we were able to address this year, we were needing some additional review staff, particularly engineers. We did request additional funds to fund an engineering 3 position. We were able to get that. So our requested budget actually reflects the addition of that additional engineer for 2019. It was already there for 2018. But with that, I have nothing else and be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Littleton.
Thanks. Not a question, just a comment. Again, I just want to thank you guys for everything that you've done really to remove those barriers to business, making sure that we have really concise, very clear spreadsheets now that people can go in or checklists. Do we have this? Do we have this? Do we have this? So it wasn't one of those where people were coming to a meeting and were being told, hey, we need to go back and go collect this additional information. The expectations are very clear on what people need to have at each one of the meetings, and I think that has helped expedite business and construction within El Paso County. Also, glad to hear that, because I know one of the big struggles at the very beginning was with the transportation impact, and making sure that there were no winners and losers in El Paso County, and that everybody was paying their fair share and either getting credits and not developing on the back of other developers. So it's been fun to see what's happened in 8 years.
And to that point, I believe before the end of the year, hopefully you'll be seeing a recommendation from the Transportation Impact Fee Committee regarding adopting an intersection fee. And that will hopefully accomplish the same thing where everybody's paying for their proportionate impact. It's not the last guy in who's got to build that intersection and is kind of out that money. Even if they do have to build it, they could recover some of the costs from that. So I will recommend that to you if you don't hear from me before then, because what that does is it spreads the cost out across all of the developments, not just the guy who happens to be the last in. Any other questions for me?
Any other questions? No? Great, thank you. 10C.
10C, Sheriff's Office presentation, Sheriff Bill Elder.
I'm going to have the honor guard come down. I hear Steve Schleicher made a grand entrance. And so I thought, I can do that. I'll bring the honor guard. We'll have everybody stand. Good morning, commissioners, staff. Did you enjoy your tour yesterday?
I know.
Lojinos and Daryl had lunch. You guys didn't want to
And
stay.
the X-ray.
And an X-ray, yeah. We actually X-rayed the commissioner president yesterday. Which, did you guys get to see the X-ray machine, the Secure Pass? That was fun. You didn't want to get an X-ray or anything?
I volunteered for one, but they didn't want to do it, so.
There you go. Well, once again, we're going to present our budget with no asks, we're not coming with any capital requests. And so we'll kind of flip through this a little quick. This is our Sheriff's Office organizational chart. We still have the office broken down into 3 bureaus. The Law Enforcement Bureau, Detention Bureau, both run by bureau chiefs, and the Administrative Support Services Bureau run by Larry Borland, who's our administrator at the bureau chief level. Below that, we have 8 commanders, and you'll see here in a little bit, we have one of those frozen. Office of the Sheriff is the staff, the executive level, the sheriff, under sheriff, 2 sworn bureau chiefs and a sworn bureau chief, or a non-sworn bureau chief administrator. And I'll let you know, I've got the staff behind me. In case I say something wrong, they'll stand up and they'll let you know this is what the sheriff really meant to say. I have a chief of staff. There's a lieutenant sergeant, and an inspector assigned to our professional standards unit, and a records technician as well, a psychologist, and my administrative assistant. The Administration Bureau is predominantly non-sworn personnel. We have 28 sworn, 148 non-sworn, which includes our Administrative Services Division, our Support Operations Division, which is all of our radio work, our dispatchers, the people that work in the comm center, IT, web and media services, and then our Emergency Services Division, which is our Assistant Fire Warden, the Wildland Fire Supervisors, and Search and Rescue. Our Law Enforcement Bureau is 170 sworn, 17 non-sworn. It includes a change we're making right as we speak, which includes a Special Operations Division. That's our SWAT, traffic crew, the Crime Reduction Unit, K-9, EOD, the reserves, support services, which include Citizens Patrol, cadets, school resource officers, our chaplains, rural enforcement unit, and our mounted unit and our outreach unit. Our patrol division of 95 sworn and 2 non-sworn, which also includes our report authority and our court liaison. Our investigations division has 39 sworn, and that covers everything from investigations for all of the different crimes that are listed on the sheet there, along with kayak, which is the crimes against children, crimes, Colorado Internet. Help me out, Pete. What does kayak mean? Internet crimes against children. There we go. Drew a blank. Metro Vice and Narcotics, I can't forget that. I spent too much time over there. Our Detentions Bureau, 330 sworn, 131 non-sworn, includes all of the Detention Security Division. Those are the people that you met yesterday working in those wards. Detention Operations Division, which is intake and release, the programs for inmate classification, Gateway, R&R, our investigations unit. We have a judicial liaison that works directly between our office and the courthouse. We have 43 or 44 courtrooms now, and our court services unit, which is all of our court and transport. That's another tour that would be interesting for you to take over at the courthouse. We talk about some of the duties of sheriff in here with some of the state statutes, which we've gone over a number of times before. We talk about our strategic plan, goals, operating indicators, and capital projects. In the left column is identify and evaluate opportunities for regionalization. We've continued to work on that. We've combined our communications center with Fountain, and we are working on the remaining fire agencies within the county, and we will begin to have some other conversations with the city of Colorado Springs over the next year or so. We've put together a functional deadly force investigations team. It's a combined unit between us and the police department. The downside is we got the short end of that stick. We seem to be handling a lot more of officer-involved shootings from the city than they are of ours, but that's all right. And then we added an ICAC member. And we're continuing to move along. We're having discussions now about co-locating our sex crimes detectives. The next piece is exploring interagency and public-private partnerships. We now have a DHS worker in CJC, intake and release, Gateways employer partnerships, which is beginning discussions with UC Health. We're beginning to work with Memorial Hospital and UC Health on telemedicine that we anticipate implementing in 2019, which will save us some time and effort in transporting inmates from the jail to the hospital. If we can do this stuff through telemedicine, that'll be not only a big cost savings, but it'll also save us in manpower so that we're not tying up deputies doing transports. And we're working on some security issues at the hospital as well. The last one talks about establishing regional collaborative training. We're still working on this collaborative training piece through a number of different areas that I'll brief as we get closer to that in 2019. There's the point number 4, finalize consolidation of the Sheriff's Office and Fountains Public Safety Answering Points. That is a completed strategy. Number 5, identify ways to partner with CSPD to outreach in the Latino community. We have run 2 Spanish-only citizens academies in the last couple of years. They are very successful, and the people that have attended it have loved it. We've created a commercial and a video with Telemundo, along with CSPD, that talks about that informs the community on how to deal with contacts with law enforcement. Increasing our policing efforts with CSPD and on the West Colorado Avenue corridor. I know that that's particularly your interest, Commissioner Vanderwerf. We are continuing our Park Walk and Talks joint efforts with their HOT team. We've cleaned up 25 homeless camps this year. That continues to be a big effort. We have to have some discussions moving forward of some greater engagement down the road. This is not a problem that's going away, and it's not getting any easier on us. And so with the city's recent announcement of some bigger push on how to address homeless issues or how to approach homeless issues, we need to start having those as well. Partnering with the Eastern Plains law enforcement, we are leveraging a lot of resources out east. We've been having meetings between different groups out there. Our rural enforcement and outreach team is now meeting with Eastern Plains chambers, et cetera, to develop some strategies on how we can do those things. We've been having joint meetings between marijuana related issues and our SWAT operations, and then that takes us down to the last one of collaborating with the DA's office, VNI, DEA, and CSPD, and how to address illegal marijuana grows. So far this year, we've seen 7,059 plants, about 1,200 pounds of processed marijuana, and made 48 arrests. And we're leveraging a lot of the money that you guys allocated last year that is a continuing allocation. This next slide talks about some of our performance indicators and what some of the growth that we've seen and what do we project. The first one is our average daily population. We talked a little bit yesterday that we've seen some substantial growth in our average daily population. Right now, we're anticipating the 2018 number will be over 1,700 when we finish up November and December our ADP. We're projecting that somewhere mid-1700s in 2019 based on some of the growth. Our inmate classifications number is growing. The number of commitments, we're anticipating 22,000 commitments this year. And then you'll see the number of releases is larger, but that would typically indicate a lower ADP, but the length of stay has increased to about an additional 3 days over the last couple of years. So that indicates some issues that we're watching. We've got fewer beds available because of that increase in length of stay. Our prisoner transports are through the roof. A couple of you saw the transport vans that we're using yesterday. We've got a couple of brand new ones. We've got another one on order, but our number of prisoner transports is growing exponentially with our ADP increase. This next one talks about calls for service. Our priority 1 through 3 calls for service is up again this year. We were at 25,600 last year. We will go over 28,000 this year, and we're projecting over 30,000 next year. Our case reports are up over 22,000. 2017, we had some skewed numbers because of a change in how we report those through our law enforcement records management system. Our dispatch total calls, over 400,000 calls for service that run through our communications center. One of the ones that I kind of push a little bit is the active concealed handgun permits. We will be over 47,000 concealed handgun permits, active concealed handgun permits in El Paso County. That's considerably more than anywhere else in the state. Some budget challenges is just managing within the general fund and public safety tax preliminary balance budget we've got with the expanding jail population. We had an increase in the jail medical contract that we're anticipating of $254,000 for 19. We're going to increase our food contract by another $60,000, dealing with the homeless and mental health issues that impact both law enforcement and detentions. Marijuana and opioid enforcement, that ongoing $100,000 appropriation that you were kind enough to lay out last year has been a big help. To report on that, we've spent about $64,000 on overtime and just under $30,000 spent on supplies and equipment. And in addition to that, we're taking advantage of the state's gray and black market marijuana grants to stretch that funding and to add to that. And so we've got a pretty robust schedule that they're working on right now. The only thing that's limiting us at this point is some personnel assignments, and we're getting ready to rectify that. I'll talk about that here in a minute. The next budget challenge is attracting and retaining quality personnel. The big issues for us is training people to work in the jail, and having them walk into that facility with 1,700 inmates a day is a challenge. And then keeping up with police salary markets, both locally and statewide. We're anticipating increases next year in fuel and vehicle acquisition, outfitting costs of the vehicles, as well as other services. And then we have inflationary increases in our cost of extradition, training costs, ammunition, supplies, janitorial. I think I was telling the group that I was with yesterday, we spend like $600,000 on janitorial supplies just for the jail every year. Some budget saving opportunities that we've gone through that are to try and help us save money so that we can come back year after year and not ask for increases. We created a non-post-certified deputy sheriff position. This results in about $10,000 per position savings and a reduction in training time from 32 weeks to 14 weeks. And the other key to that is prior to this decision to run the academy that graduates at 3 o'clock tomorrow, and I'd invite you to be here for that graduation or over in our office if you could do that. No, I think it's here. This is the first non-certified academy that we've run. The point was we're not going to post-certify them. We've lost about a dozen people over the last year that they're post-certified. They go to work in the jail. They don't like working in the jail, so they go to work in a law enforcement agency, and we've trained them. We've given them that golden ticket. And it runs us anywhere from $50,000 to $60,000 in a year's time to train them, to vet them, and to get them ready to work for us. And that time, that 22 or 32 weeks that we put them through that training is something that we're looking at saving. And we're getting them better prepared for working in the jail and not going on the street. Like I said earlier, we are going to continue to leverage marijuana enforcement budget with black and gray market state grant funds. We're going to move the office to Kronos time and attendance system. This is going to be a big move. We have 850 employees, and so we are going to move everybody there. We expect increased accuracy and a much more efficient processing system. From the PST fund balance, I've told you every year that we save money. We don't spend all of our budget. We build a savings account from the public safety tax, and we've been very aggressive at building that so that these one-time projects, there's funding available for that, so that we're not coming back and asking the commission. And so we're going to begin some jail security improvements in 2019, which will include a security interface and a surveillance camera replacement system that will help us better watch inmates and better control some of those doors that you saw. I think you heard him say yesterday that some of those doors just don't lock right, and they can slide those doors open. The other thing it'll do is that we're going to create a secure front desk system so that the front desk personnel are not as vulnerable as they are down there. From the commissary fund, we're going to install a new inmate television system that will benefit the inmates. You saw in there, they spend a lot of time watching TV. From the PST fund balance, again, and other sources, we'll complete the e-citation project. That is where we get a single point of data capture for driver's licenses when we make traffic stops. They'll also auto-fill data in our records management system, which will speed up time. They can scan a driver's license and it'll dump that data right into the fields that it needs to. And on a summons, they can quickly print it out. We are holding 2 staff positions, a commander and a lieutenant, vacant at this point. I anticipate reallocating those savings, those FTE savings, into more line level personnel, other projects. This talks about our combined budgets. You'll see in the left column is the original adopted budget for 2018, and the numbers that were there for a total of $72,672,000. Our preliminary balanced budget is in that second column. It is $74,288,000, and then the changes are on the right side of $1.6 million, and I'll show you where in the next slide how we did that. So we've the difference of $1,616,000.
Question here.
Sure.
Mr. Wall.
Would you mind going back to the previous slide, please? So total budget, about $72.5 million bucks. What is the breakout for general fund and PST?
So I don't think that's in a slide, is it? I'll let Larry address that.
The breakdown is roughly 50, a little north of 50 million for general fund, and just about 22 million for PST.
Okay.
We have roughly 192 employees, both sworn and non-sworn, and their benefits that fall under that PST portion. The general fund takes up personnel, operating, some of the things that we need just to keep the lights on, the medical contract, the food services contract. Does that help?
Yeah, sure. I've just, as I've been out talking about these issues, I tell folks that the PST makes up roughly a third of your budget. Maybe it's a little bit less than that now.
Yeah, it's
still, 30%.
Yeah, you're right at it. So the total of $1.6 million, we have an increase due to detox. Once they move out, we will have a $566,000 savings that comes back to us that we've been funding. We are cutting back on the Pikes Peak Radio Communications Network of $455,000, and then $595,000 from public safety tax reserves that we've had. So that's where that $1.6 million comes from.
I'll start with a question. And
Sure.
What can we do to help out from a prevention standpoint to try to head off sending people, to jail? That's a big issue. I mean, we need to look at it on all aspects, but as we go through our budget process, as we think about policy issues, as we talk to community leaders, what should we be focusing in on to help?
Well, we've got a series of initiatives that we started this year to lower that average daily population. And one of the key pieces that you can help us with is that pretrial services. We bumped up the funding of pretrial services last year. I want to say $350,000. Is that about right, Nicola? 400,000. And they are more active. The question is can they be more active? And I believe they can. When you looked at the empirical data from other areas that have very robust pretrial services, it is effective. And I think that would be one help. The other piece is mental health, and I think that if we can find a way to work in our community on a dynamic mental health system where we can interrupt them quicker and keep them from returning more often to the jail by getting some mental health treatment in our community, I think that'll be another big effect. The downside is if we don't find ways today to proactively address that, there's one finite end to the discussion, and it is not stacking them in the jail. And so we're doing everything we can to look at all of these different opportunities to lower the jail ADP, even if it means 10, if it means 20. That's what we're looking at.
Okay. Commissioner Vanderwood.
Yes, thank you. Sheriff, I'd like to commend you and the whole team for the great partnerships, the community partnerships that you've really been growing and deepening. That, I think, has been producing a lot of benefits that sometimes we don't talk about very much. But, some examples, the coffee with the cop kind of thing, your participation in that. But then also really the partnerships that we've been able to put together in dealing with some of the homeless situations. And of course, for me specifically, that's on the west side and your work in the West Colorado Avenue area. I just really want to thank you and the team for that great amount of work. I also commend you because you just presented it in your work at finding your own savings within your operations to fund the other cost increases. That's really, really outstanding. And I know it's a tough job to do, but I appreciate your doing that. And one last thing is, and it's actually a question now, is with regard to state support for illegal marijuana grows. We know that, if I understand correctly from the statute, that social costs are supposed to, social cost issues to resolve those or work on those are supposed to be funded by the revenues from marijuana. And I recall from our last year's budget hearing, we had received very little money from the state dealing with our large number of illegal marijuana grows. You kind of hinted at in the briefing that that's in a better place this year than it was last year. Do you actually have some of the numbers available as far as what we've been able to get from the state to help us on that
it's not a
issue?
huge bucket, but yeah.
To date, we received 54,000. We have more in the pipeline. So it hasn't been a huge amount of money, but it's helped.
Yeah, I guess that's an improvement from last year. I may be wrong on the number. I remember 14,000 or something like that. It was to procure some radios. It sounds like we still have work to do there, because I think there's a lot more that you need fiscally to deal with the illegal marijuana grows. And I'd be interested, won't be a further budget discussion for now, but I'd like to continue to work with you to see if we can't do something better or maybe improve upon that so that we can get a little more money out here. Because with 500 illegal marijuana grows and all of the takedowns that you've done, I don't know that I think we're making progress, but I don't know if it's fast enough progress.
Well, and I would agree. And the one thing that most people don't recognize is this just doesn't impact the sheriff's office. This impacts CSPD, Fountain, especially CSPD. The majority of Metro Vice and Narcotics is run by the Colorado Springs Police Department. So every time we do a marijuana grow and we call out VNI to come out and help us process that grow, the impact on us is overtime for 6 or 8 people. The impact for them is overtime on 10 to 12 people, and they don't have this bucket that we've generated with you that we've spent on overtime for the year. And so there is a big impact. And so I really do have to acknowledge that the Colorado Springs Police Department's arrangements with us to go out and work in the majority of these county grows has been significant.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too just wanted to thank you and your staff. They do a great job, whether it's the detention center, patrols, or the other aspects. Those fighting the marijuana, I think they're doing great things. The face that I do normally see out there, and I think it's a great face, is your community outreach team, and they do a great job out there. One of the things I learned just earlier this year, because I see them continuously out there with the public, is you've got a core team, but you've got a lot of volunteers that will be asked if they want to show up, and they will show up on their own time and participate on those outreach. And so I just want to thank them as well, and for all the other volunteer time and hours that your staff puts together and out there, because that was something I didn't realize. I thought it was part of the regular duties, and these are people that going out there on their own time, supporting to get out there to meet the public. And so I appreciate all that extra work that they do for us.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And then the other one was, same thing, trying to identify some of the savings. You talked about there was a lengthening of stays at the detention center. So I was just wondering if any of that was tied to the type of crime. Does that mean there's an increased time, delays in the court cases, paperwork? I mean, is there anything there that either the county or state legislature could help address if there's something there identifiable, or is it still something you're looking at?
Yes, yes, and yes. So all of those apply. Yes, there's something that's increased stay times. Yes, there's something that the legislature can do. Yes, we are still studying it. And so we're working on some of those different options. We're looking at the fact that we've got record numbers of female inmates in there almost all the time. We look at the impact of more jail stays, over 1,700 inmates, creates fewer beds available day after day after day. And what can we do to do that? Are there alternative sentencing? Are judges interested, in the DA's office interested in alternative sentencing? Because, you know, we all work together to do this. The DA's office is working to try and keep people in jail that need to be in jail, and we've got to figure out a way to hold them. We got to figure out a way to hold them and to keep our employees safe as they're doing it. And they've got to be trained right, and they've got to be outfitted right. And the great thing is this partnership that we all have between all of the agencies and all of the different groups together. The interest that you took yesterday to come down and spend that day with us was a big deal.
Any other questions?
Well, I want to do one last thing. There's a couple of commissioners that this is your last opportunity to hear budget presentations. And I've got some staff with me here today that run the organization, and I'd like to bring them up. I'd like to introduce them on the record and just give you a chance to see the people that commit to leading the finest sheriff's office in this state to do the things that we do year in and year out. And so if I could get all the staff that's here to come up, and I want to introduce them.
Commissioner Littleton.
Thanks. While your staff is on their way down here, I do say that this is a fantastic sheriff's office. You know, we hear it out there within the community all over the state. People have great things to say about us. And I just want to commend you, too, for working closely with the Colorado Rangers and putting in their post-certification training for all of them, for the volunteers that are with the Colorado Rangers, and for agreeing to collaborate with them. They are extremely grateful, and I sit on, I'm the vice chair for their board for the Colorado Rangers. But we have a fantastic staff. Sheriff, thank you for what you do and what you will continue to do.
Thank you. First one I'll introduce is Joe Breister, my undersheriff. Joe has been with the office over 30 years. He is my right-hand man. He has forgotten more about that jail than I will ever learn. I am absolutely indebted to him for his commitment to not only the sheriff's office, but this community. Thank you. Next is Brad Shannon. Brad and I have been friends for a long, long time. He is the bureau chief over the Law Enforcement Bureau. Another 30-year commitment, 30 years to the organization. He is the consummate professional. And Brad and I, like I said, have been friends for a number of years. I sleep well at night because I know that Brad and the rest of this staff have got this community's interest. And so, thank you. Next, I'll do Larry Borland. Larry, where'd you go? There you go. I hate standing here with people behind me, if you haven't noticed. Larry and I have been friends since the late 70s. We attended the police academy together in '79. The smartest man that I've met when it comes to money, 2 master's degrees, just has brought an amazing amount, an amazing wealth together to allow us to do some of the things budget-wise that you see, right? So you see, we've found ways to save. Larry has been a great friend and a great help in putting these things together, and so thank you. Cliff Northam is our latest promotion to bureau chief. Cliff has been with the sheriff's office nearly 30 years now, 25 years. He has been an amazing addition to our staff. He is running the detention bureau. I was proud to promote Cliff. It was a no-brainer when it came time to promote the bureau chief. He is in it up to his neck every day. He's another one that is very, very committed to this community. He's a member of many different boards, many different organizations. He spends a lot of time working in the community. And again, I'm thrilled to have him on the executive team. So. And now I won't spend as much time because I know you're itching to listen to other people's boring budgets, but I will introduce them. Lieutenant Eric Carnell is one of our lieutenants assigned to detentions. Jane Fromey is Larry's right hand when it comes to budgets. Commander Andy Prem also works for Larry, does a lot of the budget, a lot of the training piece, coordinating all of that. Commander Joe Roybal, another extremely hard worker. And then Cheryl Peck, Lieutenant Cheryl Peck up here. Cheryl has taken over all of the county security group and has brought the county security team into our family at the sheriff's office, where we're able to really focus on training. We're able to focus on coordinating efforts between law enforcement services. And I'm just proud as I could be to be the sheriff and to have a staff behind me that is like this. And so thank you very much for your time, for your efforts, for your commitment to us and this community. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You know, it must be a special day when the police chief even comes to listen to your budget presentation. 10D.
Item 10D, Treasurer's Office Budget Presentation. Mark Lauderman, Treasurer.
Why start now?
Good morning. I understand that my cohort, Steve Schleicher, set some sort of a record yesterday. I'm going to beat it. We're in good shape budget-wise. I'm not asking for any money. We don't have any critical needs. Everything's under control. I don't come and talk to you very often, and that's a good sign because no news is good news when it comes to a treasurer's office, I think. So my only comment is, as you wind your way through next year's budget, I would just encourage you to continue to make the employees a priority and stick to the financial roadmap that was adopted several years ago and do something for our folks. So thanks. How long was it?
He's keeping score in the back, so.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
I think that's a close tie.
Really? All right, 10E.
10E, Community Service Budget Presentation. Tim Wolken, Executive Director of Community Services and Community Services Department.
Sorry, I can't say that I don't have any needs.
I know. I would be disappointed.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Once again, Tim Wolken, Director of Community Services for El Paso County. Thank you very much for your time today. I greatly appreciate that. On the screen, and you'll have a little bit of difficult time reading that, is our organizational chart for the Community Services Department. We operate under 6 divisions. We have 74 full-time employees, and just like the sheriff, I just want to commend these employees. I think they're extremely innovative, dedicated to provide quality customer services for our residents. You've had a chance to meet many of those and work with them over the years as well, so it's a pleasure to work with them every day. Breakout on the core services offered by our respective divisions. Under environmental, the Household Hazardous Waste Facility is a wonderful facility that Kathy Andrew and her staff manages. Community-wide cleanups, noxious weed management. Veteran service really is the link between our veterans and the VA and their potential benefits, and they do a great job. Our park operations staff doing county park maintenance, landscape maintenance at all county facilities, park capital projects as well. Community outreach, volunteer management, fundraising, grant administration, and really one of their major projects is the Justice Services Program with pretrial and community corrections. So Christina Burns and her group do a great job with that. CSU Extension, some of the core programs of the 4-H program, horticulture and master gardeners. And then finally, our recreation and cultural services, the nature center operations, county fair, fairgrounds operations, and lots of programming throughout the county park system. Commissioners, in the overall county global strategic plan, we have 6 objectives that we'd like to accomplish in 2019. The first 2 relate to Cane Ranch open space, opening that up for phase 1, completing phase 2 of the Falcon Regional Park Master Plan. Under the third bullet, you see a variety of trail projects that we'd like to launch in 2019. And then finally, that fourth bullet, a number of master plans that will also be completed that will come before the Board of County Commissioners for consideration and or approval. Under goal number 5, we're always looking at different ways to create additional streams for our residents to be able to recycle, and so we'll be looking at that. And we'll actually be back before you in a couple of months. We've been doing a study on that and hope to expand those streams as well. And some cities and counties even turn their recycling streams into energy, and that would be great if we're able to attempt to accomplish that down the road as well too, so we'll keep looking at that. And then finally, the final bullet on goal number 5, we are looking at ways for our ex-offenders to re-enter the workforce. Our Criminal Justice Coordinating Council does have a committee dedicated just to this, and they've been meeting with a variety of employers throughout the county to encourage them to consider rehiring or hiring ex-offenders, and so we'll continue to work on that as well. Any questions for me on those objectives?
Any questions? No?
We have a total of 14 pretty major projects that will be completed throughout the county in 2019. You see those listed on the screen. The 1A funds, regional park fees, FEMA, and grants are paying for most of these. And so the good news is they're pretty spread out throughout the county as well, so most of our residents should see some sort of park, open space, or trail improvement in their respective area in 2019. Commissioners, we have 13 performance indicators that we use, and so if we accomplish these, it's been a pretty good year. I think staff finds these challenging, but doable, and I certainly appreciate their efforts, but they're involved from the number of customers that we have, to evaluations, to fundraising, to volunteer hours throughout the year. Just a 20,000-foot overview of the Community Services Department. We operate about a $12.7 million operational budget. The good news is about 9.7 of that comes from third-party funding, fees, and other types of funding sources that we have. So of that, we have about $2.9 million of general fund tax support that we receive for everything that we do that I was talking about on that earlier slide. And so when you divide the $2.9 million into the number of residents we have, it's about $4.23 per person per year for what we do. And so our focus really is providing desired, affordable, and effective services for our residents. And so we hope they believe this is a good value for what they receive. And we're always looking at ways that we can do it better. And reaching out to the community to determine what kind of services they'd like to see offered. As far as efficiency highlights, the top 3 really were related. We went through very difficult budget times a number of years ago when we basically reached out to the community and said that we can't be all things to all people, and we need your help. And so we've established raising about $200,000 per year for various projects and services, and that's ongoing still today. And our community, I think, has bought into that. And so there's numerous fundraisers and donations and sponsorships of county parks and just a variety of things that we had put together. Volunteer hours are critical for us. We're at about 30,000 volunteer hours, I think maybe even 35,000 this year. So if you take that times $18 an hour, it's a $500,000 investment in the Community Services Department, and doing really critical work for us as well too. And so we greatly appreciate citizens stepping up to do that. Grants somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million per year, depending on the year, depending on the projects, and they're always competitive. You can't guarantee you're going to get them, but we've done pretty well in that particular area. And then the final 2, we're looking at the county-wide irrigation system at county parks and also at county office buildings as well, and determining ways that we can improve those. Some have been in place for 40 years, and so it's time for renovations of those. and maybe even attempting to eliminate some of the irrigation in some areas. If it's not critical that we have high-quality turf, maybe there's different types of grasses we can put in and not irrigate. And so we've got a study going on as we speak. We'll be back to you in a couple of months with the results of that study. And then finally, just kudos to environmental services staff. They've been trained now and certified to do minor noxious weed spraying, so we're not calling out the contractor every time. And so our staff, as they see that, can attempt to address those minor situations. I just want to spend a little bit of time, Commissioners, on the county park system. As you're aware, we've got a pretty good multi-use system with about 8,000 acres of parks and open space, 100 miles of trails, and lots of athletic facilities and fairgrounds, pavilions, and gardens. Lots of use within it. The number 2 bullet talks about the actual scheduled facility use that we have, over 2,000 of those per year. I think you can double the number of people involved in the county park system when you factor in drop-in use as well. And so, quite an active park system for our size. The third bullet has been a challenge for us. I arrived in El Paso County in 2004. In 2003, we had about 2.5 million of general fund tax support. We operate on about 1.5 million now. And so what really has happened is, under that fourth bullet, is keeping up with the general operation of the system. The backlog of needed repairs, upgrades, services has been challenging, and kudos to the staff. I think we still provide a quality park system for the funding that we have available, but we are challenged by that. And so within, and the next slide will talk more in detail about that, but the 5-year budget plan does show additional funding support for park maintenance, staff members, forest management, and major maintenance. So with that, within the adopted 2016 to 2020 financial roadmap, we had $200,000 being provided over the 5-year period ongoing for forest management. About half of our park system is forest related. And so being able to maintain that effectively from a forest standpoint, but also fire mitigation as well. We had a couple of parks that were at ground zero in the Black Forest fire. And so ensuring that we're doing a good job as well managing our forest really is critical as we demonstrate to our citizens, that we care about our forest as well. So in 2019, we have $100,000 proposed with that towards that $200,000 global goal that was in the 16 to 20 financial roadmap. Same concept under the major maintenance for the county park system as well. This is critical: roof repairs, addressing risk management issues, playground replacements. The park system's 45 years old now at this point. Being able to invest back in what we have. We hear that from our citizens a lot. Repair what you have, keep it in reasonably good condition. This funding will be very helpful for us to be able to do that. And then finally, the park maintenance positions. When I arrived, we had 29 full-time staff members. We have 24 today. And so being able to provide a couple of additional staff members to the park operations staff with the growing park system that we have as well would be very helpful. And then finally, the pretrial services program, as the sheriff brought up just a bit ago, that we did commit $400,000 towards the expansion of the pretrial services program. We did commit $300,000 of that in 2018, with the understanding that the additional $100,000 would be available in 2019 for the total of $400,000. We knew in 2018 it would take us some time to hire the staff, get them in place. It saved the $100,000 in 2018, but then this is the final installment for that. For the pretrial services program. And just staying on that topic for a second, I showed this slide to you last year as well, comparing our pretrial services program to other Front Range counties, and we're still below where we were at, but much better than we were before. So the $418,000 you see in the budget would grow to $518,000. We do have the 9 full-time staff at this point, and so they are in place. At this point, as far as PR bonds are concerned, as you can see at the end of August of 2018, we were at 1,530. That's above what we were at last year for the entire year. I think we can grow that in 2019 between 3,000 and 3,500 PR bonds. And when you look at that column where it's showing the other counties and what they invest, then we're right there, where we need to be. So we look forward to doing that. I really see the staff gelling at this point. They're all relatively new. And so I think by 19, I think there'll be a highly functioning staff. And I think 30,000 to 3,500 is realistic for us to be able to accomplish that. And I'm proud of that when you look at the size budget we have compared to the others. But like many of our county departments, I think we always attempt to do more with less.
Well, let me stop you on that. And I appreciate your position, but this will be the last time where I get a foot stomp a particular issue, and this is really for my colleagues that will be remaining on the board, and hopefully the new commissioners that are coming on are going to be listening to this. This chart highlights a situation that's completely inadequate. When you start thinking about listening to the sheriff, the needs that are there, the pressure that's on the jail, the alternative is to build another jail, and you can, and that's when you think about whether or not that would be acceptable in this community or what we should be doing. That's not. We go back and forth between being the largest county, and when you're looking at what we're investing in pretrial services and addressing this particular issue, we have got to ramp up in this area. That while I applaud what we're doing, I think we're doing a good job with what we can, but this has to be an area where we emphasize, where we've got to start placing some financial resources behind. So that will be my last salvo with this, but I just want to make sure I want to be on the record stating that hopefully the community focuses in on this area. This is something that is absolutely, you can tie to a return on investment. The amount of money you put in, it really pays off, but we cannot continue like this. Commissioner Littleton.
Thank you. And I agree. I don't know what it would take. I see some of the counties have administrative release authority, what it would take to get us to that capacity, because I think it would also increase the number that you're able to put through on pretrial release, if you will.
Agreed.
And I agree. And I don't know if this is something that, you know, it looks at if we have the public safety tax and if the citizens, again, you know, allow us to move forward with that, which is necessary, by the way. If some of that can be put over into a pretrial services budget so that we can increase that, because it directly impacts, as Commissioner Glenn said, the jail population and reducing the need for a very, very expensive new facility that at this point in time isn't anywhere in sight in the budget for El Paso County. This is the return on investment that we see, and so I don't know if we can work with budget. We can look at things a little bit differently, but thanks for the great job that you guys do.
I just wanted to add on to both of your great points as well too. The kind of the human side of this as well is that if we can release low-risk individuals back into the community so they can maintain their families and their jobs, then they don't come visit Ms. Crow and take advantage of those services as well. It just becomes a spiral effect at that point in time. So the quicker we can get them out of our jail, low risk to the community, the better off we all are.
Yeah. Commissioner Vanderwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can say also I have a similar sentiment to my colleagues. If you could help refresh my memory, though, from our budget hearings from last year, you know, we had decided to add budget to this pretrial services program, and then there was a conversation about it would take several months, 4 months or something like that, to ramp up. So we did not, last year, we did not fully fund an entire year's worth of pretrial services. Correct. Could you tell me what we funded specifically last year, and what, at the same rate, what would this year's full year funding be? And it might, that 418 might be part of that, but if you could just kind of refresh my memory on those numbers.
Yeah, we started the 2017, $118,000 and 2 full-time employees, and then we added $300,000, taking us to the 418, knowing that we couldn't hire all those employees, the 7 new employees, quickly through 2018. There's a series of background checks you have to go through and working in the jail as well. So that was well thought out, and so that we always knew that we ramped up the salaries based on the $400,000, knowing we only needed $300,000 in 2018. The additional $100,000 then allows us to continue on with those 9 employees.
So you have 9?
That's correct.
Today, and what you're saying is to continue to fully fund those 9, it's $300,000? It's an additional $100,000.
Additional $100,000. So a total of $400,000 program. Did $300,000 in 18, additional $100,000 in 19 for a total of $400,000.
So to keep the program as is, it's $400,000 for 2019.
That's correct.
Okay. And then we can have a discussion or a consideration about whether it's appropriate to robust that or not. And then, of course, again, I think I have a similar sentiment to that. And I think I would also be interested in a conversation about that. But part of that also has to be what's the value generated if we make this part of this program a little bit bigger? Because, you know, you make it real big and you might get a reduced return on that investment. So there's probably a good balance in there somewhere. Correct. And I don't know if it might be worthwhile for us to have that kind of a conversation. And this could be one of the possible deliberations that we have as commissioners about a slightly different budget, some form of increase, maybe small, maybe large, I don't know, but something for us to take a look at.
And I would be happy to go back to our existing staff and say that there was a possibility, whether it's this year, next year, for some additional funding, where would that be? You know, and we have really two different sides of it. We have an assessment staff and we have a case management staff. And so I'd like to hear from them if it's possible, if funding came about somewhere down the road. Where would you invest those dollars? And I'm happy to report back to you on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you hit a point that I want him to emphasize again. And I'm very proud of what this board did last year. But I want you to talk about that number again, where we were in 17, and in context of where people are in the other counties right now, because it's dramatic when you start thinking about what we were putting in pretrial services, and even where we're at now, this number is, it's like, compared, but we were way behind.
Yes,
and I just want to make sure we emphasize that.
Yeah, when we go to statewide meetings, they talk about us having they call it a minor pretrial services program. They didn't even classify us as the regular. I think we're at a regular now. We're still below, but that's true of a lot of departments and divisions that we have currently compared to other counties. So we're very grateful for the additional funding we've received. I think we can do more potentially with additional funding as well. But I think the staff is really beginning to gel at this point. So I look forward to giving you updates throughout the next couple of years on how we're doing with that, and hopefully we'll really grow that number.
Commissioner Vanderwey.
Yes, I appreciate those comments as well. And I know that, one of the things that I am particularly proud of with the county staff is the staff's ability to do a lot with less money. I see this everywhere. And so some kind of a direct correlation off this chart compared to what the other counties deliver and what we deliver is doesn't necessarily have to be the standard. But I think it would be worthwhile for us to see, kind of from a value generation point of view, would this effort, being somewhat larger, deliver a lot of beneficial effect? And so I think it's great to give you, Tim, and the staff an opportunity to kind of nug through that a little bit and see if you can generate that kind of sense of it, and then perhaps to let us know about that.
Happy to do that, sir.
Any other questions? Do we let you finish?
So then, Commissioners, what you're seeing here is the chart put together by our Budget and Finance staff indicating the $400,000 and where those would flow through the respective budget if those were approved for 2019. And then finally, I'd be happy to address any other questions or concerns you may have.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So one thing I didn't hear was one of the things I didn't really realize until earlier this year was a lot of the cleanups that we do for homeless camps, and comes out of I think some of it comes out of the sheriff, but some comes out of your budget. Is that not true?
Whenever it involves any type of county-owned parks, open space, or trails, we are paying for those. When it's in county jurisdiction but not in one of those areas, then we do rely on Ms. Cassidy finds some money for us to be able to do that.
And then what's the average cost of one of those cleanups, would you say?
Can vary quite dramatically, Commissioner, but somewhere usually between $1,000 and $3,000.
Okay, I think the last one in my area is about 3,000, and I bring that up, and then also a couple of other things that happens the last 2 years that I've been in was every time we have a big with a storm, a flood, a hail. A windstorm, remember the 100-mile-an-hour windstorm, gusting, caused a lot of damage, and we end up also doing additional cleanups to try to help out those communities. And so this might be an area where just a few dollars might help the community. So this might be an area I actually recommend a few dollars to help some of the El Paso County-wide cleanup opportunities, whether it's for homeless camps or some of these inevitable cleanups that are required after a large storm or windstorm or the natural disasters that we have here. So,
Yeah, the last couple of years, we have put dumpsters out in various parks where those situations occurred, and they've been well received and fairly inexpensive to help the neighborhoods
right,
out.
and in this case, I think it is a fairly inexpensive area that I will ask my commissioner mates here to consider in the upcoming weeks.
Okay, any other questions?
I would gladly consider that, Commissioner Gonzalez. I think that's worthwhile. I do have one other question, though, and it is with regard to the 2019 capital improvements. You've got 14 on that list there. And I appreciate, one of the things I appreciate about your part, your staff and so forth, is your ability to do a lot of this kind of work on really small budgets. You guys are really good at that, and I applaud you for that. I am interested in knowing, though, of those 14 projects, which I believe you intend on doing in 2019, what's the general dollar figure associated with those 14 projects? What piece of your total budget is that?
So you're talking about the total dollar figure for all the capital projects that are
The
listed
capital
there?
projects, right.
I don't have that number in front of me, but I do recall, I think, and I do provide that every month. Sherry, do you recall off the top of your head? Sorry. I mean, I'm happy to give that to you, sir.
If you could get that to me, yeah.
Yeah, and they vary in anywhere between a couple $100,000 to ones like 1.5 million, which involves FEMA dollars as well.
Right.
I have to provide those for you.
No, I find that interesting because of the number of projects on here, and as you and I have had these conversations, Tim, some of the Parks Board members had expressed some concerns about enough money in capital improvement projects, and I don't know if you've had an opportunity to share this list with them, because it's actually a much larger number of capital improvement projects than I knew about that you were intending on funding in 2019, which I think is great. If you've shared that with them, Bob Falcone and the team,
Sure.
That's awesome. And if you haven't, then I would ask that you do that.
Yeah, we did bring the capital improvement program to them in July, so he is aware of the
So they've
various
seen
projects.
this list?
They have.
Excellent,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
you
We'll
very
take a
much.
10-minute break.
That would take us to item 10F.
Oh,
Yes.
Human Resource and Risk Management, Compensation Update. Andrea McGee, Executive Director, Human Resources and Risk Management.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrea McGee. I promised, where do I go? 1 second. Okay, I promised Commissioner Gonzalez that I will keep it at 5 minutes. I would like to give you a short, brief update on my organizational chart. My department is divided in 2 divisions: Human Resources and Compensation, and Risk Management and Workers' Compensation. I currently have 21 FTEs, 1 part-time, and 3 vacancies. We had a very large turnover this year, and it's very difficult to keep human resources people, but so I want to give a big thank you to my team that had stuck by my side. I think I'm doing this wrong. Oh, there it is. Just a brief overview of the operations in the Human Resources Division. From job postings to job fairs, we have increased our attendance at job fairs to recruit and try to find interested applicants. Our interview facilitations have increased, and I will show you the numbers in a little bit. We have pre-employment screening, employee onboarding. We are the official record custodians, performance evaluations, employment verification, the point of contact for all HR-related inquiries. In coordination with the County Attorney's Office, we are providing policy interpretation. Our investigations have increased this year, and we provide recommendation to departments. We have unemployment hearings and also conduct compensation, salary surveys, compensation studies. We make sure El Paso County is in compliance with FLSA, and we are continuously updating our job description to reflect the actual job functions. Where it goes. I would like to show you the number of background checks over the last 3 years, and we are projected to surpass last year's numbers. 495 background checks this year up to September 30th. Our interview facilitations have increased. We are right now a quarter of the year short, and we already have 479. So far, we onboarded 487 employees, and we processed, as of September 30th, 23,537 applications. Yes, sir? Did you? Wanted to let you know, last year I presented the turnover. I have this year the numbers for you, Commissioner Vanderwerf. In 2017, our turnover rate was 15.82%. As of today, our turnover rate is already at 14.28, and we still have a quarter to go. I want you to know we have been providing HR services for a full year now for the clerk and recorder. We hired 405 election judges, and we conducted background checks for 550. This is a brief overview what my training and organizational area did. We have started new supervisor and manager training. We conduct the management, the mandated training for harassment training. We had 3 sessions yesterday that Diana May presented. I believe in the first session we had about 190 employees. The second session was approximately 150, and then approximately 60 supervisor managers in the third session. So thank you to Diana May for making harassment a really interesting subject. While our performance management, current performance management is a manual system, we are continuously looking to take it into an electronic system, but we have not accomplished that yet in 2018. So our performance management system, we teach our supervisors and managers how to do performance evaluations without causing possible liability. I am very happy to mention that our leadership training started in September. We currently have 57 managers countywide attending, and so far I only heard good things, good feedback. It will last through January. We also have professional development training through various programs. We started with the mentorship program, which is not 100% there yet. But our internship program is. Currently, finance has 4 interns, and IT has gotten 2 interns. Risk management, workers' compensation, property claims, liability claims. We do the countywide insurance. We are in the process of the renewal for next year. Hopefully, I won't have to come with bad news the next time. Our CDL program, the mandated random drug testing, DOT medical exams. Of course, this area also conducts the motor vehicle records checks, employee immunization program, which is new this year for the health department. And starting next week, the sheriff's office will conduct random drug testing for safety-sensitive positions. And this will be also coordinated through risk management. The statistics for risk management have increased as well, while our workers' compensation claims are actually on par with the previous years. 943 motor vehicle checks, 382 physicals, drug screens countywide, 533. Our property and liability claims, as you know, are at 134. But these are new claims. We are required to follow the state statutes, Fair Labor Standards Act, Equal Employment Opportunity, EEO, and Title VII, Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, Colorado Workers' Comp Act, CDL, employment verifications, and the newest one, the House Bill 181128 with personal identifying information, which we in HR, we have a lot of this information. Our strategic plan, the goal is to maintain and promote a financial sustainable county government that is transparent and effective, and strive to ensure a safe, secure, resilient, and healthy community through risk management. And then also, we are supporting the entire county in achieving the county's strategic plan goals at every level. Our 2018 highlights. As I mentioned, we transitioned all HR functions from the El Paso County Clerk and Recorder's Office to County HR. We have our leadership development training, and we assisted Information Technology Department and also Department of Human Services with compensation and classification assistance with the reorganizations of several areas in those departments. We have improved the application and interview process. We increased the utilization of NeoGov to improve applicant experience. For example, all of our positions are posted on NeoGov. Now applicants can actually see where we are in the process of the job posting. In the past, we used to get phone calls. I applied 5 weeks ago. Where is my application? Now employees can actually see on NeoGov. And also, I would like to go ahead and mention this. One of my not the newest employees, but someone who has been with me for less than 12 months, had the idea, why don't we use iPads for application review during the interview process? For example, we used to make copies. We have 5 panel members. We make 5 sets of copies. His idea, Dean Madonna's idea, was why don't we just download these applications on iPads, and we can save lots and lots of paper. I think that is deserving of mentioning here today. And then I would like to bring up that we did an update on our compensation study, and I would like for you to have one of my employees, Kirsty Anderson. She is the professional. She can speak up to the numbers that she will present.
Do I change your slide? Okay, so the 2018 compensation study was a review and update to the 2015 compensation study. We utilized the current front range data from Employers Council to develop ranges that are contained in these occupational groups you see listed on the right-hand side here. These occupational groups contain ranges that are more accurately depictive of the market values of the positions contained within those ranges, which allows for us to analyze and address the specialized and hard-to-fill positions without creating internal equities and ensuring that we are still competitive with the market, which ultimately helps us with recruiting for those positions. The 2015 compensation study showed 810 positions below the minimum of the range, and the 2018 comp study showed 179 positions below the minimum. And Nikki is going to go over the financial results.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nikki Simmons, County Controller. I just wanted to talk to you about the financial impact of the compensation study and administration's proposal for our investment in human capital. For the 2018 compensation study that Kirsty just spoke to, she mentioned identified 179 positions below the new minimum of the range for the position. So our first step in our compensation plan for 2019 is to increase those positions to their new minimum of the range so they're at least in the range. And the total cost for that countywide would be $414,194. And then after that, we have two other money pockets, for lack of a better word, where we're proposing a 2% COLA for administration. That would be across the board, and then another 0.75% allocation to allow directors, elected officials, the ability to move people within their ranges to recognize things such as high performers, longevity, inequities within the ranges, ensuring that positions are at the appropriate place within the ranges. So overall, we're proposing in the financial roadmap $3.9 million for increased salaries, of which would be allocated as you see here. I do want to point out that there is a little bit of a change in methodology in how we've approached this because we included public health in these numbers. The past few years, we have not funded public health's raises directly. They had the funding and the fund balances to be able to absorb those on their own. We're at the point where we feel like it's appropriate to include public health in our numbers as they have already absorbed the raises that they feel like they can absorb. So and we're trying to treat them like the rest of the county, where when the rest of the county, if there's a 2% increase, public health has given that same 2% increase. They've used what the Board of Commissioners has approved. And so we are trying to include them in the funding going forward. And
100% of the funding or our share of the funding for public health?
our share of the funding. There's a lot of nuances with public health and how they're funded and how their grants work. But yes, we've done a lot of calculations to figure out what we require to fund to get their staff up to appropriate levels.
Okay. Commissioner Vandory?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This might actually talk a little bit about the 179 that are below the minimum, but kind of just looking at the numbers in there, like the district attorney's office on the first column is the largest there at 168, and then the sheriff's office is really pretty small, but there's more employees there. So is this something where we've just had? Is it something about those particular skill sets, the salaries are going up faster in the marketplace, or is it we've just been that shy for a long time, or maybe a combination? I just do see the differences, in that column, so I'd be interested in comments to that.
I'll definitely let Kirsty talk to the district attorney's office the most. I do know with district attorney, this year was actually planned on quite a few increases for them, even with the original compensation structure or the original compensation study. And a lot of theirs has to do with their investigators and their paralegals. But for the sheriff's office, I can directly, what that is most of those positions, or a lot of the positions are funded by the public safety tax. And this is only the general fund unrestricted commitment. And then also, a lot of these positions are their civilian population, in which there were not a lot of positions below minimum at the sheriff's office.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you. So I've got two questions. So again, to clarify, so these projections are now based on the 2018 study or the 2015 study?
So this study was based upon current data, so current 2018 data, versus the 2015 study was based upon 14-15 data.
So this is a revised roadmap. Okay. And then the second question, so I see this is almost $4 million. What was the budget difference in the general fund from last year to this? Because I want to know a percentage of $4 million out of 8 million? I mean, what's the difference in the general fund budget?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understand the question.
So at the end, this is a $3.9 million, so almost $4 million increase. How much is the general fund difference from last year to this year?
The entire $3.9 million is the increase in general fund.
No, for salaries. What is the general fund increase from last year to this year?
The overall expenditures?
Yeah, in the roadmap.
That's, mic doesn't work.
Well,
In the roadmap, we had already had $3.7 million budgeted, so this is $132,000 more than what the roadmap is.
no, what is the difference in the general fund last year to this year, so I can see what percentage, is this half of the increase of the difference, or is this a third of the difference, or a quarter of the difference?
Okay,
So
she's going to grab the number, sorry.
There you go, and the budget book is coming out so we can find out.
Okay. Commissioners, and Sherry will be up later today to talk about the financial roadmap, and that's where you'll see all these numbers together. So I think the question is, our revenues over expenditures, so our expenditures are $134 million this year, the budget balanced. Next year, we're expecting $144.6 million in revenue, and so that's just over a $10 million increase. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Okay. Anything else? Any other questions? Were you finished? Are you?
Let me see.
Question slide.
Look, where is it? It doesn't move. Okay, at this time, I do not request any additional funding. I have no critical needs, but this will change in the future. We are really in desperate need of an HRIS system, and we still have to do some research. But otherwise, no additional needs. Do you have any questions?
I was going to ask you, how much does that cost?
I really can't tell you.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
What is it that you're the HR?
HRIS system. So a human resources system. Right now, we really do not have an HR system. We are using a finance system and purchased a HR module. And it is very difficult. It would be nice to have one place. For example, we're using NeoGov for applications. Right. So with an HR system, we could have the applications going to the same system as our employees are in. Our job descriptions could be there. Our job postings would come out of there. It would make life a lot easier. But there are other items that are more important. So at this time, we have no need for additional functions.
Okay.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank the HR department for sometimes a really tough, sometimes thankless job, sometimes dealing with tough, personnel situations. But I feel like you've always given us great advice over the years, so I just want to say thanks for that, for you and the team. Another point I'd like to make is it's my perception, and I believe it's an accurate perception. You've been increasing ethics training and increasing harassment training, or maybe it's a little bit more comprehensive, making sure everybody gets it. And I know that's maybe in some other departments that's, a little bit distant to your direct relationship, but I like that my perception is we're doing more of both of those things, and I think that's very important for us to always be thinking about, issues regarding harassment and issues regarding ethics. So I think that that's increased. And the third one is cyber, which I know is coming, which might not be your department, might be coming out of IT. But I think that is also, an important area. Now, having said all that, I do have a question on that chart, and it's the one on page 12. It's the equity increases of 0.75%. So I'm interested in the staff's research rationale for why 0.75 versus 0.5 versus 0.95. Why 0.75?
Well, there's a couple things, and actually I was coming back up here to speak to it because I didn't finish talking about my notes. One thing we do know is salaries are going up about 3.1% in 2019 is the market data. This represents a total of 3.07%. There were a couple rationales. One was to try to stick as close as we could to the original roadmap. And we did not know where those minimums were going to come in. So that $414,000 number, we didn't know where that number was going to come in until we actually got the compensation study completed. When that got completed, we were able to go through and figure out how much money we needed to first identify those people who were below the minimum of their range. So then that was able to take that money aside. So then rounding numbers, that's kind of where we were left. And then the numbers overall came out kind of where we thought that they should for average market increases of overall of 3.07. That does not mean everyone would get a 3.07% raise. It means that that overall is what's available, but we need to identify those pockets where people are underpaid. So the 0.75 was not an intentional, this has to be 0.75. It more was because that was the remaining money to stay as close as we could to the original roadmap. I also wanted to point out in the roadmap, we talked about this when we presented the preliminary balanced budget, that there are no raises in the roadmap for next year because of the way that our compensation works, and we'll have 27 pay periods in 2020, that we have no funding available to give increases for 2020. So this would be the year we would hope to be able to put some money in to our human capital to be able to retain and attract talent.
Okay, thank you. And then I think you alluded to it, but just kind of a follow-up. For the equity increases of 0.75%, you were giving the leadership in the different departments some discretion on how to use that money. So some of it is bonuses, maybe some of it is actual pay raises, or what was that again?
These would all be increased ongoing pay changes.
Okay.
It is more, so the first column is specifically identified people, right? Like we've identified this person is under this range. The second column, the COLA, is intended to be an across the board. Administrative offices would do across the board 2% for everybody unless you're on a corrective action plan or a new hire. And then also, so then the last column is where the directors and elected officials would have a lot more discretion to be able to reward those top performers, people with longevity, address any other equity issues. Because the first column is only addressing the equity issues if somebody's below the minimum of the range, but they may have a position within the range, but there might be some internal inequity. So that last column gives them the ability to address those issues. And that last column was calculated based on percentage of overall payroll in the county for general fund unrestricted.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Littleton.
Thanks. Just have one comment, and maybe it will be addressed during the Board of Health or the Health Department presentation this afternoon. But just being one of the voting members on the Board of Health, there have been some things that I've questioned in their spending, and why they were spending certain things. So I would have to be firmly convinced that they're in need of this as opposed to spending some other ways that they have been. But with the change of leadership over there, I'm willing to listen.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
And just one additional item on the 0.75. The 0.75 was mainly, that's the funding that we had left over from what was already in the roadmap, and we went just a little bit over. So any of those items that you want to adjust between those two columns, we can do that on November 8th during the final direction, or if you needed to increase anything too. We like increases.
Nicola Sapp.
Commissioners, Nicola, I did have some comments. I just wanted to give a little bit of background. We know that we did the initial compensation study in 2015, and at the time we were significant percentages behind 35% in many categories. So the 2015 compensation study was a huge lift as we went through and identified certain positions and identified where appropriate adjustments should be made. As we have gone through the last few years of implementing those changes, we have seen obviously change in economic conditions as well as as well as some of the pay ranges, if you will, for specific positions have changed. And so I believe Ms. Cassidy and Ms. McGee received significant feedback from the departments and offices as it related to specific positions where they were unable to hire and retain positions as the economic conditions improved, stating that it was because the range that had been identified in the 2015 study was no longer applicable. So that is what really drove this update, if you will, for the 2018 study, is to bring it more in line with what we're seeing with current economic conditions. Not just, obviously, we know that that pay range was old and we were always going to be playing catch up, but there have been several dynamics throughout different industries that we have seen changes. So this is to make the information and the data much more relevant. So the numbers as it relates to still moving the ball and moving the target to try to get staff to midpoint, if you will, to the middle of the range, is still the same target. It's just some of the data feeding into the model has changed. And so I just kind of wanted to put that a little bit into perspective so that everybody understood why we entered in the 2018 and how it is that we got to these revised numbers today.
Okay.
And then I do have one more thing that I wanted to add on to Ms. Commissioner Gonzalez's comment earlier about the change in the general fund. I got some more information. The overall expenditure increase in the roadmap that's being allocated is a total of $15.5 million of increased expenditures for next year. So this would represent 3.9 million of that 15.
Okay.
Questions?
Any questions?
Well, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Great job. All right, I believe we are on G.
Correct. Item G, Human Services DHS Budget Presentation. Julie Crow, Executive Director, Human Services Department of Human Services.
And I believe this is the last one we're going to do, and then we'll take a lunch break. Is that the plan?
That is the plan. I believe we are also going to attempt to do the executive session over the lunch break also.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. Julie Crow, Executive Director of the Department of Human Services. I'll try to get through this quickly so I don't stand in the way of your lunch break. So if you take a look at the first slide, our organizational chart is much the same as last year. We were able, through the Colorado Department of Human Services, to have 17 new FTE that are being funded at 100% and for child welfare, because we were so under compared to other counties. So that was a big win for El Paso County. I also want to recognize our outstanding team. As you know, in DHS, they have some of the most challenging jobs. I think across the county, that's true. They do have very challenging jobs. They have great outcomes, as you'll see later in the presentation. I want to acknowledge my deputy, Chris Garvin, who's here with me today and helps keep us on track every day and does a great job. And I also want to recognize our directors, Cheryl Schnell, Jill Calvert, as well as Karen Logan, who do a great job in their departments. And DHS is one of the larger agencies, and we couldn't do what we do without the support of people in our budget team and finance, in HR, in IT, and I hope I didn't forget anyone, but we have a great team that wraps around us, and we really appreciate everyone, Office of County Attorney. We get so much support across the whole agency, so thank you to everyone. So I'll touch on some changes in our Children, Youth, and Family Services division that we're really proud of. This is the year we've been working really hard to roll out something called differential response. Most of the big counties have differential response, and it's a way to work with families who are in a lower risk situation. And so we basically will have 2 tracks with differential response. One's called family assessment response, which is a friendlier and more engaging way to assess families, and then a traditional response, which is really looking at some of our higher risk referrals in more of an investigatory approach. There's much planning. This is an evidence-based model. Colorado has been rolling out with Fidelity, and so you can't just decide to be a differential response county. You really have to go through a whole planning process with the state and focus on things like increasing your screening, your red teams, improving your assessments, developing more preventative services up front. And then focusing on more family meetings where we're sitting down and meeting with the whole family, and group supervision, so improving the quality of supervision for all of our staff. We also, to align with differential response, had a big child welfare reorganization. I want to thank Andrea and her team in HR who helped us with that reorganization. And part of it is also really looking at front end. We want to keep kids out of what we call congregate care or residential care. One, because it's just not good for most children. It's an institutional form of care, and we'd like to keep children whenever possible with their own families, if that's not possible, with kin or in foster care, but we really want to try to stay out of institutions. And we're proud of the work that we've done this year to decrease our congregate care, and it's also producing better outcomes for children and significant cost savings in DHS. I'd like to talk now about just some of the things that our staff do in child protection intake and ongoing, and I'll just hit the highlights because you're all pretty familiar at this point. But they respond to reports and allegations of child abuse and neglect for children 0 to 11. They also assess and arrange for services. We have an adoption team, a team that helps with relative guardianships. And we couldn't do all of this without a huge array of community partners that we contract with. We also have an adolescent services team that focuses on youth age 12 to 18 that does similar things, although some of the partners are different. We work a lot more with the criminal justice system, also with youth who are developmentally disabled, who have significant mental health issues. And so we work with DYC, probation, and again, a number of community partners. I won't go through all of the detail on this slide, but this is just to recognize some of the many teams and the complexity within DHS. We have a child abuse and neglect hotline, a Chafee team that works with adolescents, a unit that supports our families and kin, our core services team that provides many resources to prevent out-of-home placement for children. We have utilization management, family engagement that works specifically on engaging family and finding family for our youth. And you know a lot about the Center on Fathering. We also have a family visitation center and a data team, and you'll see some of the great data that they pulled later. And I'd like to commend all of these teams that do a great job. In our Economic and Family Services Division, we have staff development. One highlight here is that this year we have 42 interns from various colleges and universities, and we're really proud of that. Karen Logan and Sue Eilertson head that up and do a great job, and we end up hiring quite a few of these interns, and they make great staff. So we appreciate our partnerships with all of the local educational institutions. We have a quality assurance team. We have facilities. We certainly determine eligibility for a wide variety of programs. You'll see some numbers in a minute, and I think you'll be impressed at the volume of work that our staff do. Like many of the other departments shared, our volume is very high, and oftentimes our funding isn't as much as some of the other counties, so we do this very efficiently. And we do have 10 locations where people can apply for temporary benefits so they can become self-sufficient. And we're moving more and more to encouraging people to apply online through Colorado Peak and through mobile applications. So we're proud of that as well. That helps our lobby do a better job, and we've got a new queue flow system in our lobby, kind of like what you experience when you go to get your driver's license. You get a number, it's much more organized. We don't have those long lines anymore, and that's related to a big grant that we received. And so this is much better customer service, much faster, and a lot less paper, which is also savings for our department. In terms of our aging and adult services, another team that does a great job and has fantastic outcomes. They provide for safety, well-being, medical and financial needs of at-risk adults and who are elderly or disabled. Part of that involves adult protection teams, and we recently received recognition from the state. There are 52 out of 64 counties are required to have adult protection teams, and only 2 met all of the standards that are required by the state, and El Paso County was one of those 2. So we're proud of our APS and the good work that they do. They also determine eligibility for a variety of programs such as aid to needy and disabled, old age pension, home care allowance, long-term care, home and community-based services, and adult Medicaid medical programs such as Medicaid. So we contract with many
here.
community partners.
Hold on 1 second, Commissioner
Hi.
Wilson.
Thanks. Julie, just going back, and I think the answer to this is yes, but on the Aging and Adult Services Division, do you cooperate pretty closely with the Area Agency on Aging with
We do some work
PPACG?
with them, definitely, and we work in partnership with them, and Cheryl Snell could give us more detail about that, but we certainly do. That came up at a recent meeting, and we talked about it a little bit after the meeting.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to shoot you an email with additional information about what we do with the Area Agency on Aging.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of contracting, we contract with many community partners, so we couldn't do all the work that we do alone, and so these are private entities and nonprofits in the community that we're working with. We have 15 internship agreements with a variety of schools and colleges, 23 MOUs with the state and other partners, and then some minor purchase orders. Our contracts team oversees all of that. I'm really proud that we've gone to a risk-based auditing process in our contracts team, and so we look at all our contracts, we look at the cost, we evaluate them based on any risk that we may see, and we're also greatly expanding internal audits that we do, and so that team's doing a great job making sure that we're financially accountable with our taxpayers' dollars. In terms of our mandates and statutes, I could put you to sleep with these. This is just a few of them, but we have literally volumes of mandates and statutes. We are almost all federally and state funded, and with that comes a lot of rules and regulations to follow, and we do a good job following them. So I'll hit the highlights of some of our strategic plan goals.
One more question, Commissioner Wilson.
Sorry, Julie. And this doesn't have to do with your budget directly, but do you guys ever find anything that is actually, what do I say, more of a challenge to implement from the state government than it brings remuneration? And do you ever work with legislators to say, why don't you like sunset this or stop this, because it's really not helping, not bringing any more revenue in, not having a return on investment, as opposed to just, checking off more boxes, having more strings?
Yeah, we do. I'm involved in the Colorado Human Services Directors Association. The directors work really closely with CCI, Colorado Counties, Inc., and we do certainly recommend efficiencies or suggest ideas. to the State Department or up through the Directors Association that goes to commissioners. Sometimes it's for right now, sometimes it's a funding stream that is getting antiquated. And I can give you one example. There's something called AFS, or Additional Family Services. And now, because Medicaid is able to pay for so many services that our customers can't get, can have, AFS is a little duplicative, and yet there's significant needs in substance abuse treatment. And so for one example, we've been talking to some of our state partners about how can those funds be used to not pay for the same things that Medicaid already pays for, but some of the other needs related to substance abuse in our community with the opioid crisis. So that's just one example, but there's many, Commissioner, and thank you for asking.
One more, Commissioner
Sure.
Vanderwerf.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. One of the things that I've noted, and we've had this kind of conversation over the last couple of years, is just how efficient on a cost per client, if you will, our El Paso County DHS is, particularly in comparison to the other counties. And first, I applaud you for that, because it's amazing. And in some places, those differences are glaring. I mean, they're really big. So one of the things I've actually thought about and had some concerns about, so some of the other counties actually have a much less efficient allocation of resources on a per client basis. And in some regards, they're actually possibly taking some funds from us, because if everybody were to work at the same efficiency level, there would be more money available to share across the counties. So that kind of leads me to this other place, and I think you're doing this, which is to try to share with the other counties how and why we are efficient, hoping at least that they'll adopt some of them and become more efficient themselves, so that at a statewide level, we get to a more efficient level while still delivering appropriate services. And that should free up funds, which maybe a little of that would come back to us, but it would also come back to some of the other counties. So my question to you, it's kind of a little bit of a different question in a direct conversation about budget. But are there efforts in place to try to do that at a statewide level, to take the best of breed that's going on, which I think we have a lot of here, and get everybody else on that same sheet of music so that we can get better use of those funds? Because they're all passed through from the state or federal anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. One example comes to mind that I'm especially proud of. El Paso County was the leader in the state at looking at our core services funding and really working closely with what they call the regional accountable entity and saying, right now we're having to use some of our county core services dollars for things that really could be billed to Medicaid. And we built up our core services team. We did a fantastic job. Our staff had to get in the weeds and learn the codes and meet with providers and help providers learn to become Medicaid providers that hadn't been before. And the reason that's such an advantage is there's a 50% state and federal match in Medicaid with core. It's an 80% state and 20% county match. And so we were able to really shift to a better model. But to your question, we then have met with CHSDA, we've met with SubPAC and PAC, we've done trainings. We were recognized by the Joint Budget Committee itself at the Capitol for doing such a good job managing our core services funds in a new and creative way. And some of our core services team, like Matt Kaywood and Eric Wetzel and their team, have gone around and literally held trainings for other counties across the state, so they're now able to replicate some of what we've done. And we estimate that that saved us $150,000 per month since we started doing that.
That's great.
So, yes, and thank you for the question. So if I can move on, we will talk about a few of our grants. Let me see. We, as you know, received the HS Connects grant. Last year, we have successfully implemented, that was a program that Arapahoe County actually started. To your point about counties learning and growing from one another, Arapahoe County is a very good partner to us and shared this system with us. We were able to apply for federal funds to bring it and state funds to bring it to El Paso County, and we had partners with Adams County and also with Pueblo, and so El Paso was the first in the grant to implement HS Connects, which saves on paper, which brought the Q-Flow system to our lobby, and then we turned around and helped Pueblo implement as well as Adams County implement, and we're on time, on target, and on track with that budget. I want to thank Elaine and her team because they help us immensely with our federal grant reporting, and certainly Chris and Karen for keeping this project on track. It's a huge project, but it's definitely resulted in cost savings, not only in our county, but soon in Pueblo and Adams County as well. And I wanted to thank Commissioner Vanderwerf, who serves on our Community Services Block Grant Oversight Committee, and that group has done a fantastic job really helping us expand employment entry opportunities in El Paso County and increase the number of agencies delivering services from 3 to 6. So thank you for serving on that committee. It's been great, and focusing more on employment is really helping the people that we serve. So let's see. A few other highlights. We were able to have a lot of good use of federal grants and other funding opportunities for El Paso County residents, things that we're proud of this year. I worked very closely with Elaine, and my administrative assistant has helped a lot as well to purchase TANF and CCAP funds to bolster our reserves, which we're proud of. Reserves cover things for TANF, but also what we really use them for is to cover child welfare if needed, or child care if needed, and it's basically a rainy day fund. We were low for a couple of years, and the maximum that we can have, we're getting closer to that, and that's where I'd like to be. Arapahoe County is at their maximum, which is 40% of your basic cash assistance grant. We're at about 33% right now. So we're doing better to have a rainy day fund in case there's ever an emergency that impacts DHS. Other things that we're really proud of, we worked with the state, with CHSDA and CCI to help bring additional supplemental budget requests and emergency budget requests to child welfare and CCAP. We were able to end our CCAP wait list, which was important in our county so that people can get jobs and have safe places for their children to live. If you remember, we went on a wait list last January. It was painful, challenging for our community, and we're now off that wait list, and we have more funds for child care assistance programs so our families can work. And we also support a lot of other agencies who are in our community who are seeking grants and help them with those when we can. Finally, in terms of combating efforts to substance abuse, we've expanded from 8 to 14 providers that we contract with. That's something that we're proud of. I thought that we had not enough substance abuse treatment providers in our county, and that can impact us on the criminal justice side. It can impact us in DHS. So increasing the number of providers has been a good thing. And as you know, we're working to operationally transfer, we operationally transferred our detox program to Crossroads, a private entity. They're still in the county's criminal justice center, but we expect them to be fully moved on by the end of December. And then a few other highlights. Our Colorado Works program has been partnering more closely with the Workforce Center to help people get jobs. Young Williams will be moving to the Citizen Services Center, which we're proud of. We partnered closely with Rocky Mountain Options. Some of the state and other partners pointed out that they needed some help as a single entry point, and so our staff helped them improve their service delivery, and it's now doing quite well. It's been turned over to a new executive director and doing a good job. We partnered closely with Park and Teller counties on that kind of change and help them get to a better place. And we have a grant right now that El Paso County took the lead on with Teller and Park counties. And this grant helps us to identify and expand physical and behavioral health providers in all 3 communities. We learned that Park County doesn't have any medical providers that accept Medicaid, for example. And so we've been working really closely with those counties as a group to help each other. Let's see. I get ahead of myself here. I think I forgot to flip a slide. I apologize.
Okay.
So we're further along than you might think. So finally, we work closely with many community partners around our homelessness issues. Chris Garvin is our lead on continuum of care activities and does a fantastic job helping to coordinate those services. On a monthly average, we assist 200 people to enter employment, and part of that is because of childcare and education and training that we work on. We have a new partnership, a renewed partnership with the Workforce Center, and we're working on a small pilot to offer some subsidized employment with the Workforce Center. We have on-site staff at the Sheriff's Office and the Colorado Springs Police Department to provide eligibility. We also have child welfare staff with CSPD. Then I'd like to highlight a few other partnerships. We partner with schools, the Springs Rescue Mission, the Dependency and Neglect Courts, the Criminal Justice Center, and 10 locations across the county to help people who are homeless or who may need benefits or some services that DHS offers. We continue to work closely with Not One More Child, which meets every other month to prevent child abuse and neglect. A new partnership that I'm really proud of is with the Pikes Peak Library District. Particularly, we've been working with the person that's in charge of the children's activities, and we participated in a group with Peaceful Households, and there was a survey, and the survey asked the community, where do you feel most comfortable getting information about parenting? And their answer was the library. And so we immediately reached out to the library, and we've been sharing information with the Pikes Peak Library District about parenting, about child abuse and neglect, and that's a place where people feel safe and comfortable going in and learning about things, and so that's been a good partnership.
I have a question about that.
Commissioner Littleton.
Thanks. In the materials that you put out, just about child abuse and/or neglect, or are there pieces of information in there about, age-appropriate things to do with children, so that some of those things can be prevented as far as neglect and/or abuse?
Some, I think we have one document that talks about safe caregivers for your children, so that's a big issue for us. Probably not as much focused on activities, but more around safe caregiving, about safe sleep, about not shaking your babies. To be frank, a lot about our hotline and how to report child abuse and neglect, not quite as much related to developmental activities.
Okay, good. More physical safety, et cetera.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you see our numbers with child abuse and neglect, you'll understand why we're we're focusing there. But I think that's a great opportunity for other partnerships, and this is pretty new. Based on the survey, we really took the survey and took that to heart, that we assumed, I think, that people will come to DHS for information, and then we thought, no, they're going to the library, so let's really do some things there.
Perfect, thanks.
So thank you.
Nicola.
And then I will.
Hold on one second. Nicola, I think, has a comment.
Oh, I just had a comment, answer to your question, Commissioner. I do know that the pediatrician's office, when you go in for certain milestones, have significant packets that they give you that include not just milestones for the children, but also appropriate things that you should and shouldn't be doing, not just car seats and those types of things. So I do think that is covered extensively. And instead of overwhelming a new mother with all that information from ages 0 to 5, they give it to you on an incremental basis, so it's relevant to you in that moment. So I do know that those efforts are extensive.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we do work closely with PCPD as well as the Resource Exchange. We have a measure that focuses on referrals to early intervention. And Nicola is right, and we work closely with doctors as well as TRE and early childhood around some of those initiatives as well. But thank you. In terms of adult protection, we continue to do many outreach efforts in our community. We partner on World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, and the adult protection team does a lot of community outreach to train our community about possible risk to our elders, including financial exploitation, which can be one of the risks, as well as, unfortunately, elder abuse or neglect that may happen. We also work with Not One More Child on a variety of education issues and getting the word out in the community. You might remember our sign campaign last year with the slogans that we put up all over the county. They were catchy signs for Child Abuse Prevention Month. So we've done a lot with that group. We certainly have partnered with Peaceful Households on a child abuse prevention plan, but that's a big group, about 30 community members involved in how do we prevent child abuse and neglect. And then we supported Peaceful Households in their application, not to just have a plan on the shelf, but to implement the plan. We haven't heard back yet from the state if we've received that award, but we hope that we do. And then for Child Abuse Prevention Month this year, you'll probably remember some of our events. We had the child trafficking event and the candlelight vigil. We installed street signs all over the community to promote awareness about preventing child abuse and neglect. We worked with all of you to plant 225 pinwheels around the community. We distributed window clings and little teddy bear pins that you may have. And then we had proclamations all around the city. And this year we're trying to do something really big and different. I really liked having the youth voice at the child trafficking event, and Commissioner Vanderwerf and his wife were heavily involved in helping us have the youth voice. And so this year we've been talking about having our youth be involved in a talent show related to child abuse and neglect, and also really having a big emphasis on the arts. And so we've been working with the conservatory around what we can do to engage some of our youth directly and hear their ideas about how do we prevent child abuse and neglect, and also how do we recruit kin and foster homes and adoptive homes here in El Paso County, because we do have some youth placed, mostly older youth in other counties, and we want to bring those youth home to our community. And so our goal this year is to really raise awareness around the needs in El Paso County for those youth and get their voices. And then I will tell you that we continue to work with public health around our nursing program, We're exploring through one of our grants that we received opportunities to perhaps be able to utilize Medicaid to further expand our nursing program so that nurses can go out into the community with child protection caseworkers, weigh and measure, look for signs of abuse or neglect, help those caseworkers, support them, and make sure that the children have follow-up medical care as needed. And we continue to really partner with public health around all of those issues to keep kids safe. And then I'll get to the numbers. So you'll see El Paso County in terms of child abuse and neglect referrals. Referrals are reports to our hotline. Those continue to go up. If you'll notice, the 2018 numbers only include data through September of 2018 because the year hasn't concluded, but unfortunately we're on track to have even more referrals than we did in 2017. I guess I should also say fortunately and unfortunately, because we do have an involved community that reports, and we have a slogan that is, you dial the number, we'll make the call. And we do really encourage community members, if you see something, say something. You don't have to be the expert. Report what you see, and we'll determine based on rule and statute whether or not your report meets the criteria for an assessment. And so you'll see the numbers out of those reports. Some of them are duplicate. Sometimes someone reports something and 2 or 3 people report the same thing. That's actually helpful because you may see something and someone else may see something, and when we put those reports together, we can kind of piece together a story about what might be happening with a family. Out of those reports, roughly last year, a little over 6,000 met the criteria for an assessment where a caseworker goes out to the home and assesses the family, and a little less than 2,000 were founded for abuse or neglect, meaning that that actually occurred. We also have been expanding our numbers of kids in foster care, which is good because we're reducing the residential congregate care placements, and we're known to have one of the best kinship programs in the state. We really look to place children with their own family and their own culture whenever it's possible, and that continues to grow in El Paso County, and our community really steps up for their kids. These reports, again, for aging and adult services show you the number of abuse and neglect reports through our adult protective system called CAPS. And if you'll notice, there's 4 bars in September because we don't yet have October, November, and December data. But you can see that we continue to trend high in adult protection. And our data around adult protection is quite good. I'll get to that in just a minute in terms of timeliness of initial response and the great work that they do. I regularly receive emails and commendation letters from the state about our adult protection team. And they're just small, but really mighty and really get the job done and have some of the best outcomes, if not the best outcomes in the whole state. In terms of economic assistance, a shout out and much appreciation to our staff who have processed, if you can imagine processing on a monthly average 64,000 applications for food assistance or food assistance clients, I shouldn't say applications, I apologize. So 6,000 applications though, or Medicaid assistance applications of 2,500. Big volume. And with HS Connects, we're able to do that more efficiently than we have been before and use a lot less paper. And our timeliness numbers are looking pretty good as well in terms of those services. I should have mentioned that we also are serving on average about 2,000 families each month in our CCAP program. So here's some good news. In terms of timeliness and safety, I guess this slide is mostly focused on safety. How quickly do we get out for response to child abuse and neglect reports? We exceed the state goal. They have a immediate, which is, it's an emergency response, or a 3-day or a 5-day response. And so we're doing well there. We're getting our assessments closed quickly, which is also a good thing. We need to find out if something's going on, but if it's not, we need to close it and stop intervening. We don't want inappropriate governmental intrusion in a family's life. So we measure, are we going in and assessing and then closing quickly if our services aren't needed. In adult protection, as you can see, they are really knocking it out of the ballpark in terms of timeliness of initial response, assessments, investigations, monthly contacts, and they've been that way for several years. They're a really great team. Some of our other timeliness measures you'll see for adult financial and economic security. Again, 100% for timeliness of new Colorado Works applications, timeliness of food assistance. These are getting emergency services to people in need so they can become self-sufficient and get back up on their feet quickly, and we're doing well there. In terms of some budgetary highlights, we were able to close out completely at the end of the year, and this was we had some challenges this year. We were experiencing a big increase in our volume in child welfare programs in particular. We were able to purchase some reserve from other counties so that, we have that rainy day fund. We're proud of that. Child welfare continues to be somewhat underfunded across the entire state, and it's one of the top priorities for CHSDA and CCI around keeping our kids safe. And we added new funding, the state added new funding for child welfare and for CCAP. It also comes with a lot of new work. So they are looking at provider rates in child welfare, and our team's been very involved in helping with that analysis. They're also going to be doing an annual market study for market rate study for CCAP. So though there is additional dollars, there's a lot of strings attached, kind of to Commissioner Littleton's point earlier. I'd like to, again, highlight that we continue to expand our auditing to make sure that we're as efficient as we possibly can be. And then I'm to my last slide. And just want to say we don't have any critical needs. Most of our critical needs are addressed through federal and state dollars. Having said that, we rely on the county to participate in the match so that we can draw down our federal and state dollars. And I want to thank all of you and Nicola and our budget and finance team for supporting us so that we can maximize our state and federal dollars with that match. I also want to thank all of the commissioners for their support. As you know, DHS has some tough things to work with. We have caseworkers that are really on the front line, keeping families safe, and it can be hard to do, and they're not always appreciated. And we have staff that have to enforce child support. Also something that, people aren't always as happy about as can be, or investigate adult protection. Sometimes we have to let people know that they're not eligible for benefits that they wish that they could have. So we have pretty challenging jobs. We have great staff, and I know that you all hear sometimes from constituents about the work that we're doing. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate all of you for your support. You send the right things to us to look into. When we run into a challenge, you're there by our sides helping us get through it. And all of you have participated in so many ways to make DHS a better place for our staff and for the people we serve. And I feel like you have our backs when we have to deal with challenging issues. So thank you to all of you for all you do to support our department.
I do have one question, because, again, I can't sing higher praises for what's going on in the department. There's some difficult things that are happening. I get to see a lot of those on a daily basis, and I'm just amazed at the commitment and some of the issues that we are encountering on a daily basis. So I want to thank you for that. Looking at especially what we're doing with children, youth, and family services, that's fantastic, how we're on the proactive end of that. I guess the question I had, just thinking ahead and planning, and you might have already been thinking about this, are there plans to get more involved in the area of domestic violence? Because there's such a tangential connection between that and some of the impacts of that. So I'm kind of curious on whether or not you're planning along those lines. You might have something in the works, but that is certainly, it touches every area when you start talking about some of the reasons why people leave their homes or stay in homes, and then it turns into a dependency and neglect case, and it creates a stress on the system. So just kind of curious to see what your thoughts are there.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner President Glenn. We had a domestic violence unit, and what we know is that about 60% of the cases within the Department of Human Services have some domestic violence involvement. And so rather than just having one unit now, which couldn't keep up with that sort of work, we've dispersed those staff to all of the units, and all of the units are becoming more experts in terms of domestic violence, and that was part of our reorganization process recently. It is certainly a big issue in El Paso County, and we support the study to look at whether or not we may want to expand domestic violence services in El Paso County. And I just can't say enough about, you're absolutely correct. It is domestic violence and substance abuse are probably the biggest challenges that we face in terms of our child welfare system.
We may be talking about that. Commissioner Littleton.
Thanks. Julie, I just want to thank you guys, Chris, your entire team that works behind you, and for the leadership that you guys provide. What you do is so critical because by sometimes in difficult situations intervening, you are potentially stopping that cycle of future generations of kids that are going to be ending up in CJC. And being more risk and taxing on the taxpayers in the future. So I know you guys have a very difficult job. I thank you that you guys get up and every day go to work, put on a smile, and do the good thing and the right thing for kids and families.
Thank you, Commissioner Littleton.
Commissioner Vanderway.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to thank you, Julie, and the staff. You all have done a great job this last year. And I'm going to highlight a couple of them because I think they're really worth emphasizing. The first one is the great increase in the efficiency of the use of funds for the services we provide. And I think done predominantly through a series of substantive contract changes and your auditing process where you have found those inefficiencies, but you did more than just find them. You found them and you acted on them. And that is so, so important. So I'm really, really proud of that. Your CSTAT measures, wow, they look great. I think you're exceeding every one of them. I didn't see any that you were not exceeding. So that's wonderful. Also, the staff cares. The staff cares in DHS more than just your daily work and your paid employment. And I can speak to that personally because I hung out with you guys on a Saturday morning at a Habitat for Humanity event where a whole bunch of DHS staff went to go help build homes for people in need, for low-income housing. So I know that the staff cares. I also want to thank you all for the things and that you're doing in work in human trafficking. And as you know, my daughter was on the youth panel, and you mentioned the youth panel briefly. I thought it was really interesting. My daughter had an opportunity to speak. I was very, very proud of her. Sorry, I'm going to brag for a little bit. The first thing she said is that she had knows nothing about policy at all, and then immediately after that said, I think we should do more outreach for younger kids because people that deal in human trafficking are going to younger ages than high school age. And that sounds exactly like a policy recommendation that my daughter made, who claimed that she has no idea about policy. I just thought that was really interesting. But you know, the engagement with the youth and the adults at that session, plus others that you've done, I think are fascinating and intriguing and interesting, and I appreciate your doing that. I'll make one other point that I'm really proud of what you guys are doing, and that is your increased partnership with the Pikes Peak Workforce Center. This concept of helping to deepen and widen this pathway for families in stress or individuals in stress to get them to a place where they can have a job, which then allows them to become self-sufficient. And there's so much in a job that helps to build self-discipline and dignity. And I think those are really, really important. And I know that you've made an enormous amount of progress in deepening that partnership with the Workforce Center. So I want to thank you all for doing those things as well. So I don't have any criticism of what you have in your budget request. I appreciate what you've presented, and just keep on doing more of this. And keep working on innovation because you've got it. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions?
Thank you.
No? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, I think we need to call item 12.
Yes, we do, if we could. At this point, on item 12, pursuant to CRS 246402-4B, the County Attorney's Office is requesting an executive session concerning a federal lawsuit. Specifically, the case is 18 CV 2646 for the purposes to include conference with the County Attorney's Office for receiving legal advice on specific legal questions, including but not limited to assessing representation of the named county defendants and assessing possible representation conflicts. Diana K. May, First Assistant County Attorney.
Okay, I need a motion to go into executive session.
I'll move to go into executive session.
Second?
I'll call the roll. Commissioner Littleton.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Aye.
President votes aye. That passes unanimously. We will convene in our conference room in 10 minutes. We stand in recess. Okay, we are now back on the record. Can I get a motion to come out of executive session?
I move to come out of executive session.
Second?
I'll call the roll. Commissioner Littleton.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Aye.
President votes aye. That passes 4-0 with Commissioner Waller excused. And if we could have our disclaimer statement from our county attorney.
I apologize. At this point, we did have an executive session for the grounds stated. Direction was received, but no decisions were made.
I never get to do that, so
I know, sorry, I was off in my own little
rarely
world.
makes a mistake, so. All right, okay. So now I believe we are we doing retirement one first or public health?
It's my understanding that we're going to move on to 10I, and we're going to do the public health budget presentation. Susan Whelan, Deputy Director, Department of Health.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Susan Whelan, and I'm serving as Interim Public Health Director. Your department's mission is to promote and protect public health and environmental quality across El Paso County through people, prevention, and partnerships. Our vision is for all El Paso County residents to live in thriving communities where every person has the opportunity to achieve optimal health. We were the first accredited health department in Colorado in 2013, and we now are one of 7 in Colorado and one of 235 nationally. There are about 3,000 public health organizations in the nation. Our organization is governed by a 9-member Board of Health, which consists of 3 main divisions: Health Services Division, Environmental Health Division, and the Disease Prevention and Health Promotion Divisions. We have our FTEs are 151 currently. Our 9-member Board of Health, which includes 2 county commissioners, Commissioners Littleton and Gonzalez, thank you for your service on our board. They provide fiscal and budgetary oversight and assist us with strategic guidance, including public policy. The director serves as the secretary to the board and administers all programs under the direction of the Board of Health. Our Health Services Division focuses on giving children and their families the skills and tools they need to be successful, using evidence-based programs focused on disease prevention, education, and they provide support for healthy growth and nutrition. The Health Services Division serves primarily low-income, and underinsured populations. The programs include Nurse Family Partnership, in-home visitation program, which is a nationally recognized evidence-based model that empowers first-time moms to transform their lives and create better futures for themselves and their babies. The Healthy Children and Families program is a partnership with the Department of Human Services, and we focus on medical and/or safety concerns with families. The Family Planning Clinic provides preventative services such as cervical and breast cancer screenings, reproductive and disease prevention health screenings. Our immunization and travel clinics have experienced a 55% increase in immunizations from 2014 to 2017. We've mobilized our immunization services through events such as the Back to School Summer Fest, a partnership with the Southeast YMCA to increase access to wellness services. We have many groups in our communities who go on missions traveling internationally, which we provide education and vaccinations to promote safety and health when traveling. We are one of 2 providers in the state of Colorado for the yellow fever vaccine. The Women, Infants, and Children program provides healthy food, education, and tips to encourage healthy eating, and we also provide breastfeeding support and pregnancy-related and postpartum depression screenings to help assure healthy pregnancies, babies, and families. Our Environmental Health Division works to assure safe environments using science-based risk assessments, policy development, inspections, consultation, education, and enforcement of regulations designed to protect the water we eat, the food we eat, the water we drink, the air we breathe, in the places where we live, work, play, and worship. Our Environmental Health Division has been experiencing an increasing demand for services. Over the past 5 years, there has been an increase in permitting, licensing, and inspection activities. In 2013, we licensed nearly 2,400 retail food establishments, and currently we license and inspect 2,800, which is a 15% increase. We are adding about 100 new retail food establishments per year. In 2020, we estimate that El Paso County will have about 3,000 retail food establishments. The majority of our growth is currently in the Northgate, Powers, and Dublin areas. According to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, our inspectors, one inspector, an FTE, should have a workload of 320 routine and follow-up inspections per year. And currently, our inspectors are carrying a workload of nearly 500 inspections per year. Now, switching to the topic of development projects. In 2013, we reviewed 92 development projects. In 2017, the number of development reviews nearly doubled to 198. We conduct these development reviews in collaboration with the county planning and community development regarding wastewater and drinking water sufficiency. With over 33,000 active septic systems, which translates to nearly 9 million gallons of wastewater treated by septic systems daily, El Paso County has the highest number of on-site wastewater systems in the state. We are responsible for assuring these systems are adequately treating wastewater to protect public health. El Paso County also has the highest number of body art establishments at 71. The other services listed on this slide are holding steady with providing education, inspections, and following up on complaints to prevent disease and maintain healthy environments. Our Disease Prevention and Health Promotion Division focuses on limiting and stopping the spread of infectious diseases, reducing chronic diseases, and preventing unintentional injuries and violence through system changes, policies, health data, and research. In partnership with our coroner's office, our agency co-convenes the Child Fatality Review Team, which is a multi-sector team including schools, law enforcement, behavioral health providers, medical providers, suicide prevention organizations, the district attorney's office, and the Department of Human Services. Suicide and SUIDs, sudden unexpected infant death syndrome, are among the leading causes of preventable deaths in youth ages 17 years of age and younger in El Paso County. Our response to the youth suicide crisis grew out of tremendous concerns from the Child Fatality Review Team, as well as the community. It's a complex issue which requires the community work together to address personal, family, and community factors that can lead to suicide. In the past 3 years, 14 kids completed suicide on average per year. Last month, we had a total number of 3 suicides. This month, we have a total of 5 suicides to date. We need to continue our collective efforts shown to have made some progress. However, we need to continue with the momentum of increasing communication, coordination, setting up systems to increase help-seeking behaviors, and continue efforts on destigmatizing mental illness. Our funding for the Youth Suicide Prevention Planner is time-limited by a state innovation model grant, which is a 3-year grant. This funding ends in July of 2019, and currently there are no requests for proposals to renew or sustain this type of funding. I'd like to share a recent story, a youth advocacy story that happened last month, which involved a teenager receiving education and training related to adolescent mental health through an event that Public Health helped organize and sponsor called Healing Our Youth. A high school student reported a threat, and this threat was deemed to be credible by the sheriff's office. This student's mother stated that the training helped her daughter to not only identify the credible threat, but also gave her daughter the courage to report it to the proper authorities. This targeted outreach provides youth and their trusted adults with the skills that they need to identify and respond to issues and prevent crises such as suicide, school violence, and bullying. This story was also featured on Channel 5 numerous times during their newscasts. We are grateful to El Paso County administrators and El Paso County Board of Commissioners for supporting our child fatality prevention response efforts. Your leadership has made a positive impact to the work that we do and to the health and well-being of youth through increasing our capacity with the Youth Health and Development Planner, which supports the Child Fatality Review Team. Switching back to the topic of health promotion programs, our youth substance use prevention effort that we implement is the Communities That Care model, and that's Commissioner Gonzalez is on the key leader board for that effort. It's a science-based upstream approach to youth substance use prevention. Public Health is working with the residents of Fountain Valley to implement the system, which has been proven to reduce alcohol, tobacco use, crime, and violence among youth. The City of Fountain was chosen because of their leadership and their community's commitment to implement this 5-year model, not because they have more drug use than the rest of the county. Our tobacco education prevention partnership works on decreasing youth access to tobacco, including electronic cigarettes, promoting tobacco cessation resources to help people quit, expand local protections from secondhand smoke. Our disease experts are on call 24/7, focusing on infectious disease prevention across all populations. The number of cases of communicable disease in El Paso County almost doubled between 2008 and 2017. We fielded just over 2,000 calls in 2017, compared to only 800 in 2012. The rate of some infectious diseases are increasing, meaning that there are more sick people than healthy people than in previous years, regardless of the population increase. Examples are foodborne illnesses like Salmonella, Campylobacter, vaccine-preventable diseases like pertussis, bloodborne illnesses such as hepatitis C, and sexually transmitted infections like gonorrhea and chlamydia. The number of foodborne illness cases have increased 40% since 2008. In 2017, we had a relatively low number of pertussis cases, also referred to as whooping cough, but it was still a 6-fold increase over the number of cases in 2008. In your packets, there are some fact sheets and more information on communicable disease data for your reference. In addition to the communicable disease investigations that our staff conducts, most of their time is spent making recommendations on rabies exposures, treating tuberculosis patients, interviewing foodborne illness cases, and assisting medical providers with recommendations for preventing transmission of highly contagious diseases. Our emergency preparedness and response efforts are part of FEMA's emergency support function number 8, which consists of public health and medical services. Public health routinely trains and prepares to respond to all types of emergencies that threaten the public's health. We routinely utilize the incident command structure to respond effectively and efficiently to incidents that require an immediate and sometimes prolonged response across our department. Another story I'd like to share: the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, and public health agencies began investigating a multi-state outbreak of foodborne hepatitis A. Hepatitis A is a highly contagious disease and can cause serious liver damage, causing the liver to shut down and land people in the hospital for a couple of weeks, and the illness can last up to a couple of months, 6 months, including death. Evidence indicated that frozen strawberries imported from Egypt were the likely source of this outbreak. The state health department became aware of one major food distributor in Colorado who received and distributed this product to over 600 facilities within Colorado, including workplace cafeterias, churches, schools, universities, child care centers, camps, military institutions, restaurants, and nursing homes. We immediately activated our incident command system, including communicable disease, environmental health, immunizations, and communication programs. These staff administered disease investigation surveys. They followed up with restaurants and managed public information. During this 14-day incident, Public Health conducted a thorough investigation, dedicating numerous staff resources to narrow the list of 71 potential facilities to just 3 confirmed food facilities that had served this product in El Paso County. Public Health was able to identify 6 individuals that were exposed to hepatitis A, which led to those individuals receiving vaccines or immune globulin from our public health nursing staff. Due to this swift investigative work, with over 400 hours of staff time, no cases were confirmed or reported in our county. Thus, this is a great example of public health prevention efforts in action. As demonstrated by our organizational structure and activities, we provide core public health services as required by the Colorado Public Health Act, Title 25, Article 1 of the revised statutes. Public health is defined in statute as the prevention of injury, disease, and premature mortality, the promotion of health in the community, and the response to public health and environmental health needs and emergencies, and it is accomplished through the 10 essentials of public health. The Act also requires our agency complete a community health status assessment, and based on the assessment results, develop a county-wide community health improvement plan every 5 years. And this information is in your packets. Since 2011, we've been convening a group known as the Healthy Community Collaborative with representatives from area hospitals, medical providers, social service agencies, schools, for-profit and nonprofit business communities, academia, and individual citizens in these planning and implementation initiatives. We collectively monitor the progress in priority areas on a Thriving Colorado dashboard accessible on our website. In addition to the requirements of the CRS, these plans are required by the Public Health Accreditation Board, which we are currently in the process of reapplying for accreditation. We are included in the county's 5-year strategic plan under goal number 5, strive to ensure a safe, secure, resilient, and healthy community. And since we come before you on a quarterly basis, I'm going to go just fly through these slides, because I'm sure that you're well aware of what those say. On to some budgetary highlights. This is not an exhaustive list of the programs we've started through grant funds or have expanded, but rather highlights. Through the use of grant funds, we've expanded programs and initiatives working with institutions like the Sheriff's Office and hospitals to be more proactive in infectious disease prevention practices. We work with foster care families to support youth with special health care needs through care coordination. Some of these families experience enormous challenges. We've initiated the RISE Coalition in partnership with El Pomar and the Colorado Health Foundation in Southeast Colorado Springs to build resident leaders, increase collaborations, and investments to the community for their benefit. The county's core funding support helps us maintain our infrastructure and positions our agency with a strong foundation to be successful in securing grant funding. We've also implemented new business models using online platforms for health insurance payments, financial transactions online, including licensing, permitting, and birth and death records. We offer reporting systems online to increase convenience for the public and help increase our awareness and expedite our response to public health concerns and complaints. Some notable budgetary highlights are we've changed some of our service delivery models to gain efficiencies to provide greater customer service and make services more convenient for the public. As you are aware, we won the County's Innovation Award for our video directly observed therapy for our tuberculosis program. We also were recognized and won an award at the the National Association of City and County Health Officials. And this is for our use of video technology for directly observed therapy for tuberculosis patients to prevent the spread of disease. We saved nearly $36 per home visit. Now it costs us $1.10 for the direct observed therapy, and we've reduced the appointment time from 45 minutes to 3 minutes. We provide about 1,200 directly observed therapy per year, which equals a $42,000 savings. We secured a $1.8 million grant in partnership with the Sheriff's Office over 5 years to implement a co-responder service model, which pairs behavioral health specialists with law enforcement, providing the people with the right care at the right time in the right place, with the goal of reducing the jail population by more effectively meeting the needs of the people with mental illnesses. Our agency's challenges are the steady increasing population and the increased demand for public health services across all areas. 723,994 is the estimated population for the county in 2019. The total increase of 142,576 people from 2008. Our core county funding support has remained the same since 2012 or the last 6 years. Reoccurring grant funds have remained flat. 72% of our revenue is restricted, with many of our grants being time limited, like the teen suicide prevention, the youth substance use prevention funding, and the previous list that you saw on the other slide. As you can see, our staffing levels have reduced during the recession. Because we've been aggressive in researching, writing, and securing grant funds, you can see staffing levels have been able to increase. However, those grants are time limited. In comparison, the average number of FTEs is 259 for health departments serving populations our size greater than 500,000 to just under 1 million, according to the National Profile Report conducted by the National Association of City and County Health Officials. This slide shows a steady increase in population, and as you can see, public health has not asked for a county funding increase in the last 6 years. We use county funding and for core services and across all divisions when grant and fees do not fully cover their costs. I've been working with the county's Finance and Budgeting Office on the 5-year funding roadmap, and Public Health is requesting additional funding in the amount of $250,000 in 2019 and over the next 5 years as part of a phased plan. And I think, Commissioner Glenn, you've been asking what is included in the roadmap. Actually, $150,000 is included in the roadmap, and however, we're asking for $250,000. Here's our preliminary budget for 2019, which is a total of $16.5 million in revenue. We are requesting the county fund us at 21.45% or $3,535,804. Here is our anticipated expenditures for 2019. Since the majority of our work gets accomplished through our employees, they are the backbone of our agency and are often unsung heroes with the exceptional work that they do preventing public health issues and diseases. Therefore, these efforts don't make it into the public's eye. You can see expenditures at 74% of the budget. We are requesting additional county funding to support our increased demands in public services, to increase safety by addressing emerging health issues and allowing our Board of Health to strategize and address budgetary needs. The full proposal is a request of $1 million spread over the next 5 years. This is part of a phased plan in the county's 5-year financial roadmap. In working with the county's financial services on the 5-year roadmap, Again, I mean, we are asking in the roadmap for $150,000. However, the total request for 2019 is $250,000 for county core support, and at the same time, request the Board of Health utilize its reserve fund balance as part of a 5-year phased plan. While we are talking about the 2019 budget year, I wanted to show you the proposed public health funding plan within this slide. The Board of Health will be provided much more details and with this information during their October 24th meeting, where their preliminary budget will be presented for 2019. This is our 2018 budget and our 2019 preliminary budget. It includes the critical needs request of $250,000. Thank you for your time, for allowing us to present. And with that, do you have any questions?
Any questions? Commissioner Gonzalez.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so you're requesting $250,000. The roadmap has $150,000 in it. So what does the extra $100,000 get you this year? Or what would that? What would that be used for?
Well, sure. That will be a discussion at our Board of Health meeting, which you were part of. To provide much more details within that meeting, but the majority of our work gets done through staff. So staffing.
Any other questions? Wow. Very good.
The chocolate worked.
It does. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Okay, let's see here. Are we now at H?
Item number H, retirement plan budget presentation. Is Tom here? Tom Peifel.
This one? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Tom Feifley, Executive Director of the Retirement Plan, and I have Chris Long, who's the chair of our board, with me as well. Just wanted to kind of give you an idea of kind of where we've been over the last year, how we're doing, and we wanted to come and present to you those numbers so you can see how we're doing and to thank you for your support. What we do as a retirement plan and as a board is provide secure and competitive retirement benefits through a professionally managed organization. We deliver quality service and communication to employers and members and retirees, beneficiaries, and the public. Our goals, we want to try to achieve a funded ratio of 80% by the year 2024. We tried to do that with some of the goals that we set with our 2014 board. The goal itself is dependent on a number of factors, as you can see listed there, primarily performance within the marketplace as the market does perform or underperform, and any of the other rates that we use for either our assumed rate of return or in the rates of inflation as to how benefits grow over time. So just to give you some background and statistics, as you probably already know, we have 5 participating employers here with the county. Excuse my voice. And it's mandatory participation for all full-time employees to participate to this retirement plan. We put in 8% as employees to this plan, and the county then matches that same 8% for a total of 16% as a fixed contribution rate. We have an 8-year vesting requirement, which is new as of 1/1/13. All new employees hired after that date have to meet that 8-year vesting requirement. If you've been here longer than that, you know that it's 5 years. We're currently going on an accrual rate of 2% per year for each year you work. And at a 60% maximum, that means you max out under county service at roughly 30 years. We have eligibility determined by both number of years worked and your age. So I'm sure some of you are pretty well aware of the rule of 75. It's been pretty near and dear to a lot of people's hearts here in the county. But we also use our normal retirement age of age 62 and an early retirement for first responders, sheriff's deputies, those with high physical demands of their job, also at age 55 with a reduction. Just some numbers for you. You can see how we've done over the last year. Our number of participants is growing, which is good news for us. The more people that contribute, the better for the financial viability of the plan. You can see active employees are at 2,693. We've gone over 1,500 retirees for the first time ever. Our entry age, which means the average age when people first start to participate in the plan, is actually getting younger, which is good. The younger we are, the more employees we have, the better the underpinnings for the financial viability of the plan. The active employee age is also dropping, and the retiree age, surprisingly, is also increasing, which means more people are actually delaying their retirement. So even though they could go earlier, often they're working later. That could be a number of different factors, but primarily in the last, say, decade, it's primarily because if you saw those Aetna commercials with the orange numbers, they haven't hit their number yet. So they stay until their 401k statements and outside assets come in, and as soon as they hit those targets, they say, okay, now I can retire from the county. So, and as you can see, because of that, our average benefit has also slightly increased, but luckily it's only been about $15, $20. So for the current state of the plan, you can see how we're valued. From 2013, you've seen a steady increase, although small, it's been a steady increase in our funded percentage. We're continuing to get some benefits from increased returns in the marketplace, as well as different plan designs and assumption changes that we've made over the last 5 years. But even with that steady upward trend, we know that more work has to be done. There's a number of things we have to review constantly every year, and we do that with our consultants that we hire on the outside. And what they do is we look at all those things, as you can see. Primarily what we're going to probably look at in 2019 is our benefit design and our assumptions that we use. Meaning what assumed rate of return should we be using? What rate of inflation is appropriate in this market for the next, say, 5 or 10 years for the growth of benefits under the plan? We just put an experience analysis together with our outside actuaries. They made a number of recommendations, which I'll be happy to share with you here momentarily. But an experience analysis is something we do every 5 years. It's a best practice within the industry. It also makes sure that when we make projections for possible increases in benefits or decreases in benefits, that we have a true baseline that we can use to say, if we make these changes, here's how the plan is going to be impacted over the next 20 or 30 years. The experience analysis, then we use that to change the assumption methods that we're using as a retirement plan. That way, whatever that gap is between actual and expected, every 5 years we narrow that to be as close as we possibly can to actual experience. As you can see, here's what we're looking at from contributions and expenses. On a cash flow basis, this is only looking at, for the most part, as you can see, the middle is cash flow before investment returns. And those are all in red. And that means you basically have a very mature plan. We're over 50 years old, and most mature plans that I've worked with or on throughout my history in this business, if you're 50 years or older, you're going to see those red numbers. So that doesn't in itself necessarily concern us that much. But as you can see, once you add in investment returns, there are years that you could still get a negative cash flow. And those are the things that are going to concern us.
Question here.
Question?
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yeah, if I could just ask about the chart that we were just on. So explain to me just a little bit more, and where I'm kind of interested in is kind of the more substantive differences. So between 17 and 18 on annual cash flow from 7 million to 13 million as a negative, and then as the investment returns from 45 million to 8 million. What is going on there? Because those are, when you look at the 16 to 17 numbers, they're more comparable, but 17 to 18, we got some big differences. So what's going on?
Okay, you got a number of things going on simultaneously. The benefits are increasing. So as we go forward in time, more and more retirees are going to hit that magic number, and we'll hit a peak as to the number of outstanding retirees at any one time receiving checks in about 16 years, by about 2034. I would expect that benefit number to continue to increase over the next decade plus. With the investment returns, what you're seeing is, especially this month in October, if you've been following the news, in 2 days we lost 1,300 points on the Dow because of various things going on in the marketplace. But in 1 day, we took back 600 points of that. So it's been very volatile. So right now, the projected in 2018, again, is based off information we have for 2/3 of the year. So through August, things are not looking good, but we typically get a rebound for Christmas time through the end of the year. So hopefully that number will come up and shrink that gap. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So just to follow on, so the investment returns, that's the return on the investment that we're talking about there. It was huge in 17.
The Trump economy did fairly well.
Oh, and whether there's kind of been a little volatility or maybe just a lot of growth in the recent years, what was more normal prior to 16? Was it more like an $8 or $10 million return on investment, or was it more like a 28?
Well, if you're looking at it as a percentage or as a dollar basis, this is the 45 million represents
basis.
roughly
Go ahead.
14%.
I'm sorry.
45 million is about 14%. So normal would be about half that.
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
looking at probably 7 or 8%. So on a numeric basis, you're looking at probably 25 million. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
So I'll add to that. Hi, everyone. Chris Long, chairman of the board for the county pension. What you have to remember here is this is a diversified portfolio, similar to what many individuals or even or institutions are invested. So even though we have, at this point, an 8% assumed return, if we could get there linearly, we would definitely do that. But no one's figured that one out. So we're going to have lumpy returns. To get to that 8%, let's call it, you might have 14, 12, negative, positive 20, and ultimately that averages out. So from year to year, you're just going to bounce around. Ultimately, the things that are the most important and are going to drive the success of the plan really is the expenses and contributions overall and overall plan design. But we're going to be lumpy. We're going to go up and down. In my day job, I manage investments, and right now a diversified portfolio is flat to slightly positive. You've got the S&P 500 that is positive year to date, 5 to 7%. Everything else is negative. Bonds are negative. International and emerging markets are negative. We've got some other investments that are private investments, such as private real estate, that are slightly positive in the pensions plan. But because of that, we're seeing across the board in the industry kind of an off year.
Okay, thank you.
So, excuse me for my voice, excuse me. As you can see, there's a number of things that are happening, as we alluded to earlier. But as a mature plan in existence for over 50 years, some of that's not unexpected or alarming. And again, I think you'll see a steady increase in the number of benefits and the level of benefits over the next, say, decade to decade and a half. We're due to plateau in 2034 based on our current projections with our actuaries. But the one thing that I wanted to bring before this body is the fact that your contributions that you make, in addition to for reimbursing the expenses of the plan, are making a difference. And as you saw on that previous slide, some years that can make a fairly big dent in what we're looking at. And as you can see, for 2018, that commitment is just over $1 million. So that's very appreciated, and we thank you for that. So where do we go from here?
Is there a question here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry to ask another question, but so we don't need to go back to page 8, but for 2018, our funded ratio is 71.2%. And it's my understanding from conversations I've had with you guys, and I'm the commissioner liaison to the retirement board, that a healthy number there is 80. So obviously we've got some work to do there. The trending is in the right way, although it's not trending quickly. But the trending is in the right direction. And I guess maybe not to say anything negative about para one way or another, but what is their funded ratio right now? It's a lot lower, I know, but I don't know.
PARA is lower. PARA is a conglomeration of a number of plans. You've got probably half a dozen or more plans that are under the PARA umbrella. So it depends on how many pieces you evaluate. But as a whole, if you took the entire umbrella, you're probably looking at low to mid 50s as far as funded percentage.
Right.
And as you know, they had SB1 a number of years ago that they had to go to the legislature and get some money for that.
So just, I guess it's kind of just as a statement for the record, since we're on the record here, we've got work to do to go past 71.2, but we're in much better shape than the state retirement system. If that's an accurate statement, that'd be great. I think that's true. Is that true?
That's an accurate statement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now for the future, we know kind of where we've been. Now we have to figure out where we want to go. And obviously the goal for the plan obviously is to get to 100% funded at some point in its lifetime. But to cut that up into kind of shorter pieces, we thought in 2014, let's look at a 10-year target of 80%. 80% is an ERISA minimum for-profit and ERISA plans. So if we can get to that best practice standard that we can use for ERISA, 80% is what we would try to get to at least immediately in the next 6 years. As you can tell, again, 2034 we'll hit that maximum number of retirees. But if we're looking at ways that we can kind of shrink that gap or improve the funded status of the plan, here are some things that the board can look at for 2019 and beyond. And some of those things may or may not be things that we do immediately, but I think there are things that we're going to have to look at least this year. If we dropped our assumed rate from 8 to 7.5%, it does make a difference on our funded rate. And as you can see there, it drops at about 3.5 points. But if we make changes to the inflation rate at the same time, meaning inflation has been fairly stagnant, if not, almost negative, apart from healthcare and some other sectors of the economy, we can probably lower that to 2.5 and get some of that difference back. There might be some changes in investment strategies and asset classes if we want to go into different investments for the first time. If some particular group of investment or asset class isn't performing as we think it should, then those are the things that we'll look at, either to eliminate or do whatever we need to do. And we will work with our outside consultants in order to make sure that we have the fullest information we have in order to do those.
Another question, Commissioner Vanderwerf?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate, actually, you're bringing it forward here in the plan, in the chart on page 13 about the possibility of lowering the assumed rate. And I am interested in the retirement board having that deliberate conversation about, what is appropriate. And we have to do our due diligence and kind of base it against what perhaps is realistic for what the market could bear. I know it will be maybe a tough decision because it'll produce, it'll reduce the funded rate to below 70% for whatever, in my mind, 70% seems to be kind of whether it's realistic as a marker number or not, when you're below that 70 or above that 70, it can have a little bit of a perception change to, the viability of this retirement plan. But if 8% in the end, after doing that analysis, which I guess will take a couple months or whatever, and we just can't justify 8, then we probably need to make a decision about that. But I'm glad we're going to do something about that here going forward. Do a real thorough review of it.
Right.
Thanks.
Yep.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm all about reality. What are the real numbers? But I did want to make a question of Nicola. But that does affect how much contribution the county then has to put forward in our budget. If a change in the rate were made, doesn't that affect our budget and what we have to contribute?
So if the assumed rate of return goes from 8% to 7.5%, and then the funded ratio drops to 67.5%, and then there is a strategy to get to 8%, either you have a few different ways that you get there, right? You have to either put more money into the plan. You as a board would primarily have to fund that because, as you know, of the 5 employers that were listed on the first slide, you fund 4 of those 5 employers, and I think it's somewhere around 94% or whatever of the plan, or the investment earnings, if you will, and then the third other large one that would bring that from 67.5 to 80% would be to reduce the multiplier, which is the payout that employees would receive upon retirement. You cannot go retroactively back. You can only make it effective of a certain year. Let's say if you were to go to 2% and then reduce that down. So those are the 3 big items to get there. You could, if you didn't want to do an increase in contributions to the plan, you could increase the amount that you reimburse the expenditures of the plan. Right now, it's just over $1 million. Of that, only about $600,000 is general fund funded. The remaining amount is coming from your restricted funds, and that's per your policy. So you could change that if you wanted to do that and not have the contributions. But ultimately, yes, there's going to have to be. I mean, obviously, I served on the board for 8 years. There's lots of other things that you can do, but they have very minor impacts.
And I just bring that up. I mean, that's a discussion for another day. I just wanted to highlight that the discussion there leads to potential costs and additional funding that would be forced. And I just wanted to highlight that on the record since it was mentioned.
Absolutely, and part of the segue into that is the fact that after this slide, you'll see some of the things that we have as far as in our toolbox that we could use if we wanted to address it without necessarily hiking up contributions or an increase in the budget. But going back to the experience analysis, we did a number of things that our actuaries thought might be a good idea, and they're all related to tables, mortality expectations, retirement expectations, how many vested participants draw when they immediately, separate service. A lot of those things had to be tweaked in order to close that gap, if you will. So now that we have that, we'll have a new trend line that we can use for any other plan designs or assumption changes that we want to make. And as you discussed with Commissioner Gonzalez and with Nicola, some of those things are going to be here. So if we drop the inflation rate, for example, we know what that's going to do. We can do some other things. You can look at changing the high 3 to a high 5 average, which would lower average salary on which the computation is based. A lot of those could drive the benefit levels down. You could raise vesting requirements. You could go from, say, 8 to a 10-year vesting for all new hires after 2020, for example. There's a number of things that we have in our toolbox that we could use to squeeze from both ends, meaning either increase in contribution rates or a decrease in the benefits in order to improve the funded status of the plan and to make sure that 70% or over is hopefully maintained, as you mentioned, Commissioner Van der Werf. So there's a number of things I think that we would probably explore first before we came back to this body to ask for a higher budget number, because quite frankly, there's a lot of things that we can do. The only downside of that is same thing with investment returns. If I'm making 14% last year, I'm making 14% on 70%. I'm not making 14% of 100%. So that's why my funded status is creeping incrementally, slowly. Big year like 14% should have shot me up crazy. If everything was linear, as Chris described earlier, I'd have gone from, say, 67 or 69% immediately in the early 80s, like 82 or 83%. But I'm not getting all of it. I'm only getting incremental increases because the amounts that I'm getting on those great rates of increase are only on 70%. So you lose 100% when the market goes down, but you only get 70% of it when it comes back up. So that's why it takes a little bit longer to get those results. But the good news is, I think, for you as a board, is the fact that whether we drop 8% to 7.5% or do any other plan design or assumption changes, none of that has a budget impact immediately for you as a board because of all those tools that I just mentioned. We can go back and do a number of things from a benefit or other perspective to say, this is more appropriate going forward for our population of employees. Based on their experience in employment and after employment, this would seem to make more sense. So we will have a number of things that we can do to lower or raise on either side of the equation to make sure that we can address those and keep the funded status moving forward and moving upward. But obviously, the board's and my preference would be to come back to you as a last resort. Okay. You want to add something? Go ahead.
So with those assumed changes, the one that makes the biggest impact, as you can see, is the one that is going to take us potentially from 71 to 67 on the funding status. The fact of the matter is that liability exists whether we want to recognize it or not, and we are in the 10th percentile on investment assumptions for a public pension plan in one of the most conservative counties in the country. So 7.5% is going to give us a fair and accurate representation of where we stand and allow us to make better decisions with respect to plan design changes that are going to be meaningful. If we continue to kind of cover up what the true liabilities look like for this plan, then we're not going to make the decisions that need to be made in order to get us on that sustainable path. And ultimately, that's why I wanted to become chair, is to keep this plan sustainable and get us on solid footing to continue moving forward. It doesn't, it's not anything that we want to recognize. If we could change it, we would, but we want to live, as Commissioner Gonzalez said, in reality and be able to move forward. The last thing we want to do is be making changes every single year just because we continue to try to catch up. So that's where we feel that this assumption change. In addition, at this point, every single provider we're working with, our actuary, our investment consultant, our executive director, everybody is suggesting we are at 7.5 at an absolute maximum.
Okay, any other questions?
Any other questions?
Okay, so just to summarize, I mean, I think we're doing good. We're at 71%. We've seen the upward trend. We're continuing to improve where we can, but as you can see, the actuaries say we need 16.2% of salary as a gross every year in order to continue to be basically holding our own. And right now, we're just basically just a smidge under that at 16. Right now, your million makes about half a point difference. So with 8 from employees and from the county as a match, plus your million, you're at about 16.5. So if we continue that upward trend, even if we drop our assumed rate, we're still going to be better off than if we didn't get that million. So that's what we wanted to present today and make sure that you understood that we are so close that that million makes a big difference. So keep up the good work with that.
Nicholas Sapp. Oh.
I'll defer to the commissioner.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't know there was someone with a hand raised behind me. So, just to that point, I'm kind of asking procedurally, how does this go forward? If there is a need to, as perhaps as tough a subject as it might be, going from a 16% employee and employer contribution to a 16.2, who has the authority to make the change, and what would be the process, and how do we do that in as fair a way as possible? And I'm only using that as an example. I don't know what we would do going forward, but just using that as an example, how does this happen?
Yeah. Right now, yeah, go ahead.
And I can answer that question. Generally speaking, there would be coordination between the Retirement Board and the Board of County Commissioners based on some kind of strategy as to how and when the Board of County Commissioners could fund this. So, for example, in past years, we had an increase of 1.5%, and of course, the board couldn't do that all in 1 year. So they did 0.5% increments over 3 years. To do that, and then that's coordinated, and then that would ultimately be determined and then built into the roadmap and brought forward to you through your annual budget process. I had a question though, and I'm sorry, Tom, I'm not tracking. We're at 16% now. The required funding is 16.2, but you said we're at 16.5 with the million. So what is the actual target if we are to start moving towards, do we know what that is, if we're to start moving towards going from the 67 point whatever it was to the 80%? Do we have that target number, target percentage?
So 16.2 is the normal cost reimbursement. Okay. So if I drop to 7.5, what you're asking is what's the new normal cost percentage if I do that?
Right.
Okay. That we don't know until we make that assumption change. Then the actuaries build that into the model.
Okay.
We know the 100%.
But we know the 100%, yeah. Which is 18. So to get 100% funded would require 18%.
And we're at 16.
And we're at 16.
Oh, we don't ever want to do math in public, but ballpark?
So
if we're at 16.5 and you said it's 18, so you're looking at what, another maybe 0.75?
Okay. That delta's fairly large. However, that's why we want to get the baseline so that we can look at the levers that we have to pull before coming back to the county commissioners to say, hey, we would like more funding. So,
and just for a matter of perspective, just to give you an idea, Commissioner, to fund both the employee and employee portion of a 0.5% increase is roughly about 1.3 million, I think, of general fund dollars that you would see come forward in your budget from the last numbers that we looked at.
So I guess part of the question that maybe I'm not answering is to go from 16 to 18%, what's the dollar impact? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, 18% is 100%, but you are targeting 80%. So we're at 16.5, so is that 17.25? What does that look like? And then from there, we can work with you to equate in terms of dollars, and then that can be considered through the financial roadmap, whether that's all done in 1 year, whether that's phased in, however we do that. That would be the process.
Okay.
Thanks.
Were you done?
Anybody else?
Commissioner Olson?
Thanks. And in the past, Stan, I mean, it's been a very difficult discussion, but we've had to raise, employee contribution as well, and take into consideration, what county staff make in comparison to others. It's not a requirement that it be 50-50. It can be, county employees paying more into it than staff, or, at some point in time, we need to, and I think you guys look at this, and I really appreciate your leadership there, Chris, working with the staff, and we have to look at how do we become solvent, and, there's just got to be some sort of a formula that's a little more equitable and fair, so that, we've looked at hybrid models, I think, and, do we have staff that are coming in that are new, be able to invest some of their own money, 50% of it, while invested in the plan. That doesn't necessarily help raise the amount that we have in the plan. So it's a conundrum, but certainly we don't want to be in a position where para is, where it's not funded. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you very much. I also know that you actually have, on the retirement board, you have your own legal counsel, and they plus the funded brokers and teams that you have, they can probably be very, very helpful in helping us understand legally, what we can and cannot do, and perhaps give us a couple of options for roadmaps moving forward. And perhaps the first real serious deliberation of that, other than what we may do here, we have to just see what we'll do here, but other than what we may do here, if there's something more that we have to do, that would be a real serious topic of discussion for next year's budget hearings. But we shouldn't wait until just a few months before then, because if there are some serious things that we're going to end up having to do, we're going to want time to have a discussion with the whole county team about what that means, because that will not necessarily be a fun discussion, depending on what we decide. And I'd say we should look at all of the options, and what are the options that we can do legally, even if there may be a dozen or a half dozen that have small numbers, maybe taken together, they can have a substantive, value to them. So we should be looking at that. Thanks.
Very good.
Any other questions, comments?
Thanks,
you very
everybody.
much.
Yours.
Okay, I think we are at J.
Okay. J would be the Citizen Outreach Group budget presentation. Kelvin Dean and David Couch. Good afternoon.
Hi, Commissioners. Kelvin Dean couldn't make it, and David Couch is caught in traffic somewhere, so Ed Dills is going to present for us, and I'm going to help him out.
Thank you. I appreciate the help. Anyway, Commissioners, as an unprepared person here, I'll go through this as best I can and answer the questions. I represent Commissioner District 4 on the Citizens Outreach Group. Once annually, the Citizens Outreach Group Committee is to review and assess in our capacity the progress of the county strategic plan, the activity of the public safety tax, and progress of the county's 5-year financial roadmap. And David just got here. Yeah, I can let you take over right here in your spot. I appreciate it.
Okay, where are we at?
We are right here at this time on the strategic plan.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, all.
Afternoon.
I apologize for my tardiness.
Oh,
You can only move at the speed of traffic, right?
That's exactly right.
So,
Good to have you move that microphone in front of you. There you go.
Is that better?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So on April 16th, we had the overview of the strategic plan and how that was going. When we reviewed it, it looked like everything seems to be on track, so the COG was very happy with that. We reviewed the different processes, terminologies, especially for some of the new members. And then we discussed how the plan incorporates the visions, statements, mission statements, values, goals, strategies, and objectives. The overview of the 2017 fourth quarter status report, so we were updated on how things were going at that time. On June 18th, we did the public safety tax. We had Sheriff Bill Elder came in, gave us the update on how that's going, how it's been going, and we also got the briefing on the upcoming ballot measure that all the citizens are about to vote on here in about 3 weeks. The COG was very happy with how the public safety tax was being used. It's being used very effectively. It's not being misused. It's not being overextended to projects that were not authorized by the voters at the time. So we were very happy with that review. On August 20th, we had the presentation. This was our first run on the financial condition of the county for the budget that we're looking at now. Then in September, we went over the balanced budget and the critical needs, the 5-year fiscal plan, and how that's going. All that was still looking good according to the COG. On October 15th, which was just Monday, we went over the critical needs discussion and what that looks like now as we're getting closer to the budget being to the approval process. And everybody was in agreement with how the staff is handling that. And then today we're presenting to you all on how we viewed all that and what we thought about all the different things that we're responsible to look at. That would conclude our briefing here. Any questions for me?
Questions? Commissioner Vanderwerf.
I think what that means is, bottom line, you feel these are healthy documents and we have healthy processes.
Yes.
Okay.
And we've been up to date for throughout the year. We get different briefings from the different departments, and so we stay up to speed. And we've all been very happy about that. We love the communication coming from the staff. We appreciate Commissioner Glenn and Commissioner Waller, who are also part of the COG, and they come in occasionally, and we get to interact with that. So from the Citizens Outreach Group, we're very happy, and we appreciate it.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. Thanks. If you would just extend our thanks also to the COG for their willingness to be engaged, involved, review this, give us an update if you guys had any concerns, so that we can know that we appreciate that, you know, the people that are watching online as they can't sleep at night watching budget presentations, you know, can rest assured that we have citizens that are also looking at this as not just elected officials. So there's a great deal of accountability and transparency in this process as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. And also just to piggyback on that, the thing that I see as a positive with the Citizens Outreach Group is the members that are on the commission, because we have people in the financial world, we have people that do outreach, we have retired military officers. So it's a good mix of people in all different walks of life within our community. And so we get very good input, and they're all happy as well. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, item K.
And thanks to Ed Dills for filling in real quick. Yeah. And I believe my presentation is only going to be about 15 minutes, so I know you guys need to get out of here. So,
With that being said, item 10K, 2019 through 2023 financial roadmap update. Sherry Cassidy, CFO, Financial Services.
my presentation is just going to be a brief summary of everything that's happened here on Tuesday and today. So we've reviewed the budget process, the critical needs for 2019. We have the critical needs for the future, and then the financial roadmap. For part of the review, we did the 2019 budget compilation, started June of 2018. We gathered revenue estimates from offices and departments. We calculated the preliminary mill levy, the Tabor calculation, and the sales tax projection. The 2019 base budget was established per budget policy, and we gathered critical needs from all the departments and offices. We then met with the offices and departments in August and September. We reviewed the available funds, and then we balanced the 2019 to 2023 roadmap with the old and new critical needs. For the 2019 preliminary balanced budget, I went over that with you on September 20th. I presented the preliminary revenue estimates and Tabor calculation, and also the preliminarily balanced roadmap for 2019 to 2023. And that included the new critical needs. Then on Tuesday and today, we had presentations from all departments and offices. They reviewed their strategic plan and went through their base budgets with the known changes and then also the requested critical needs. For countywide critical needs for 2019, all departments and offices agreed on the roadmap. And the top items were the investment in human capital. That included updating the salary study, the new occupational groups that were revised with the pay grades, then the cost of living adjustment and the high performance and longevity, the equity increase of the 0.75. That was the estimate that we put in. We also have the high impact road safety projects. For the 2019 part of the roadmap, we have an additional $7 million of ongoing to get their ongoing funding up to 10.3. The roadmap also outlines the plan to get to $16 million by 2023. Another one of the top items was the cybersecurity and technology. The plan for this is to drive down the organizational risk from attacks. We need to replace outdated software, upgrade the PCs and hardware, and enhance the email security in order to drive down the risk. Then we also have some of the newer things, protect the personal identifiable information that we put a new policy in place for September 1st. We have the Tabor calculation impacts, which you'll see on a later slide. It looks a little bit better than it did at my presentation on September 20th. Some of the Tabor impacts are the unanticipated increased state funds, because that does count against our Tabor cap. And then we also have any new growth in CPI. As that is higher, that helps our Tabor impact. Then we also have the emergency reserve funds that we need to plan for. One of the last items is the statutory requirements in the accumulated backlog of deferred operational requirements. A lot of that stuff is what's driving that is the population growth. There's additional mandated or needed services that were deferred during the Great Recession. We have a lot of major maintenance in public facilities that were deferred, and it's been the last one to get reinstated. And then the clerk and recorder talked to his item, which he is able to fund it through restricted funds. The coroner has an item because of increased service requests or service needs. And then the county attorney, district attorney, and public health, they've all talked to their needs. The sheriff, assessor, and treasurer did indicate that they do not have any needs. This sheet here, we put this together to try to kind of answer everybody's questions. So let me get my cursor here. This column here, the critical needs ongoing, this was the total request, the ongoing and the one-time. So we had $31.5 million of total requested needs. It's I lost my cursor, there it is. This number right down here. That was the total needs from the departments, combined from some that were left over from past years and then new ones this year. So in this blue column here, this is included in the 2019 roadmap already. This is the $14,802,000. The only small item that was not in the roadmap you saw on September 20th, this is extra $132,000. That was after the new calculations with the getting everybody up to minimum, and then also the 2% plus some equity. So it ran just a little bit over what we already had budgeted. The item, this next column, this subtracts out items where we, after we got the critical needs, we found some other restricted funding sources that we were able to use to offset these. So this actually reduces the total need. And from there, then, this $15.7 million is the total deferred to future roadmaps. And like, for example, on the roads, we've already funded them $3.3 million, so they need another $12.7 to get to the $16 million. So for this year, for 2019, we're recommending that we fund them another $7 million. So there's still then this $5.7 million that we're projecting to fund them out to 2023 to get them to the full $16 million. On facilities down here, their total need is the $6.6 million. And we were only able to fund them about $250 in the roadmap going out to 2023. We're really only able to get them, I think it's another $1.5 million. So this $6.3 million actually goes beyond 2023. And then one of the things too is for the financial roadmap, this has been a very successful rolling 5-year plan. It's a clear and unified direction for the organization. It's been a proven model to get us where we need to go. It demonstrates an effective use of the taxpayer dollars, and it provides an opportunity to address the high impact issues. So, we're really happy with how this works, and it gives us really great direction. And then this is the updated roadmap as of today. And some of the items that's changed, the revenue and expenditures are still the same number. One of the things that did go down, this was at $1.1 million on September 20th. We had some increase in growth. The CPI, it won't be finalized until March or April, but we were able to reduce this down from 1.1 down to this 330,000. And just an item to note on that, an election cost is around 360,000. So if the cost of the election, it can be deducted from any Tabor refund. So right now, if this was the Tabor refund or the Tabor overage at this point, we actually would be able to zero that out. So when you're looking at the roadmap, it's got everything incorporated here. And for when you come back on November 8th, you're really looking at this number down here, this $320,000 plus probably this that we would not have to count. So I think you would probably be in the ballpark of 600,000, because if you allocate anything here, of course it takes it away as it rolls forward, and it takes it away cumulatively all the way across. So that's the number out here that I think you're really looking at. So I would say you're in the $500,000 to $600,000 range on that.
Okay, Commissioner Littleton.
Thank you. And thanks, Sherry. Did you have another comment?
I've got one more slide, but go ahead.
Okay.
Go
ahead. Go ahead. I'll wait till you finish. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's just, the next steps is November 8th, we'll have another updated revenue forecast. We'll have citizen comments. Then we'll have the board discussion, and then we'll have your final direction on that day. At that time, we'll bring in the spreadsheet. And then as you want to add or subtract or move anything around, we'll have the spreadsheet live. You'll see all of the numbers change across the bottom as we go through. After you give final direction, then between November 9th and November 28th, that's when the staff will compile all of the required documents we need to have. And then we'll come back to you on November 29th, and you'll approve the 3 resolutions.
I do want to make sure we heavily publicize November 8 markup, so work with PAO, get some good information out there.
Okay.
Yes. I agree. That's great. Okay, now you're ready?
I'm done.
Okay. Could you go back and just clarify and maybe expound upon, there are just a couple of them that I wanted some information on. So in the revenues on the high-impact road infrastructure, what all does that include? Does that include county roads? Does that include money that some people might have anticipated for gap funding? What does that include? That $7 million.
Commissioner, I'd be happy to answer that for you. That actually is at your discretion. And I believe I've had this question from several of you. Right now, that is the amount that is allocated for high-impact road infrastructure. If there is a desire to identify additional funds for I-25 gap match, if you will, that would have to come out of this existing roadmap. So you would have multiple options at that point. You could allocate an amount over, a few years here to get to whatever that desired amount is. You could choose not to fund some of the items below to address that, but that would be the discussion that would happen at November 8th, and that would be completely at your discretion. But right now, that is just strictly high-impact road infrastructure. It is not stated specifically for any project.
So we could use that all for county roads?
Yes. That will be, I believe, your major discussion on the 8th.
And then we give direction on those $7 million on how they're to be allocated?
Yes, not to specific projects, but whether you want to do local or a match or something along that line, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
And because this question was brought up separately as well, this $7 million is not the $7 million we allocated from Tabor retention last year for I-25.
That is correct.
Okay, because that was
That is separate. That is sitting in a reserve.
Yeah, yes, that was a question that came up separately. I think it did confuse some people, so I just wanted to put that out there.
So let me just ask a clarifying question on that. So, I'm just going to put it out there, okay? There was a desire by some on the board to put in $15 million for the I-25 gap. Where is that money being held right now? Because it's my understanding that last year, there was only $7 million that was reserved for that and put into a fund for that. I am not a fan of having another $7 million go into the I-25 gap funding, simply because I think if the CDOT has insisted that they're going to tax this with a road impact fee, or not a road impact fee, let me say a toll and or managed lane, that we're already going to be paying for it through another way, and I'd rather see our county dollars go towards critical road infrastructure projects within our county. So I just want to make sure that there is not a hidden $7 million somewhere in here that is going to be allocated towards the gap funding.
So for the 2018 budget, the Tabor ballot allocated $6 million towards I-25 gap, and then another $6 million towards road projects. And
for
county. For the county,
right.
yeah. And then within the county's budget, we also set aside $1.5 million of general funds for the road project. Nothing else has been earmarked for I-25.
But what about 2019 budget?
For 2019 budget, you would have to specifically earmark it out of
that $7 million.
The $7 million, or split it into 2 years, $3.75 million in 2019 and 2020, or over 3 years, however you would choose to do it.
Okay, great, thanks.
Right.
Appreciate the clarification.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you. I'll just talk about this very briefly, but then I do have some other questions on the budget itself. So $6 million from the Tabor reallocation, $1.5 million from, I guess it was last year's general budget, and that $7.5 million is held in reserve pending CDOT's request for the money.
Correct.
Which has not happened yet, so it's held in reserve, and we have it available, and we can deliver that when they request it. And then in this budget and in any future planning, there's no other funds allocated at present. So that would have to be a discussion if there to be something about that. Okay, a couple of other questions. On the capital improvements for county parks, there is a deferral of critical needs of what I'm doing is I'm looking at the three biggest numbers here, the 750, the 5.7 million, and the 6.3 million. Just want to go through those briefly. So I did ask the question that the 2019 capital investment, yeah, it's on this chart, thank you.
This one,
The
okay.
2019 capital investment in parks totals $7.5 million, which I guess comes from some general fund and comes from grants and things like that. So that, to me, sounds like a pretty healthy capital investment for 2019. So I do believe that that's appropriate to defer it to a future roadmap because we've got substantive money in capital investment in parks. With regard to the next one, which is the Department of Public Works, the deferral of 5.7, that's probably the one that I'm the least happy about, but I understand we've got to make the budget balance, right?
Right.
But it seems to me also because we're doing a lot of investment in capital equipment that is going to allow the staff to be more efficient at fixing roads, that even though we're deferring the 5.7, we're going to, because of that investment, that $7 million in there is going to deliver more than what it would have delivered a couple years ago because we would have been using old equipment versus modern equipment that's more efficient. So I am hopeful that that's a true statement.
Commissioner, I would just like to clarify. So you've got 7 million in 2009 per the roadmap, 7 million 2019, 7.5 2020, 2021, 8.5 million 2022, 11.7 million 2023, 12.7 million additional, which ultimately gets you to the 16. So that 5.7 million is not a one-time, but it's a cumulative ongoing to where we get to an ongoing target of 16 million each year to invest in the roads.
Outstanding, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And I'm glad that you pointed that out to me because I didn't see it. And then on the countywide building capital and maintenance, the 6.3 million, and that's also a deferral. With only being included in the roadmap 250K. But I think that that may be appropriate at least for this year's budget cycle because we're going to be building we're in the process of building a strategic plan for our capital assets, our buildings and facilities and land. And it's my belief that there'll be an output from that that will talk about divesting ourselves from some of those properties, which is going to perhaps maybe change these numbers, maybe even generate enough income to cover some substantial part of that deferral. So even though that is a big deferral there, I think I am comfortable with that based on what I think is going to happen as we go forward in that strategic planning process. Would that be accurate, you think?
Commissioner, I think you're spot on there. I also believe with that particular line item, as we have experienced in the past, until we can adequately address some of the issues that we see with our facilities, I do think that we may experience some facilities repairs of an emergent nature as we experience weather events and those types of things. I fully anticipate that. I just know another item was brought to my attention yesterday, so I fully anticipate that we're going to continue to mitigate that until we can fully fund at least the repairs that need to be done to the buildings that we will not be looking at getting rid of, like our jail.
Right. But again, that strategic plan, I think, is probably going to end up telling us that there's a couple of facilities we can divest ourselves. That's going to reduce overall maintenance costs by at least a little bit.
Absolutely.
And possibly deliver a little money from the sale of the properties that can be reinvested in what we do have. And I'll just leave it at that. I basically am saying I'm kind of comfortable with those deferments is basically what I'm saying. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. My only comment here is that one of the things I've been following since it came up earlier this year was if the ballot initiatives for the mill overrides for a couple of our local school districts were to pass, that will negatively affect our county budgets upwards of a little over $300,000 if all three pass.
Yeah, I believe the number was 328,000.
Okay, just want to make sure people realize that that would affect our budget. So thank you.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. I'm assuming that was it for budget? Okay.
Commissioners, can I just commend staff on a, so far, very smooth process in all the departments and offices and everybody that has contributed significant hours even prior to these budget hearings this week. It's been a pretty heavy lift, and everybody's done a really good job. And as an organization, I just think that this area is one in which we've got this down to a pretty good science.
I would agree with that. Thank you. All right, item 11.
Item number 11 is the addendum. I'm not aware of any addendum.
Okay, since we already had our executive session, we are adjourned.